Okay, is it time? Let me review. Whoops, I made that too small. Good, my levels are good. The timer is over. All right, welcome back. I can't believe I'm doing a 5th day in a row of live game engine development, but here we are. So yesterday, let me pull it up again. Yesterday we successfully implemented texture asset files, the texture asset file format's ability to use multiple paths, and we came up with a quote-unquote gold standard. I don't know about gold standard. Gold standard implies that it beats other standards, but we came up with a standard for how we do the texture asset layout. And just to review what that looks like, I'm literally just firing this up right now. Text1.uttext. So this is, I need to turn on YAML code formatting. Yeah, so we have the type, which tells us literally which type of texture we are making. We take paths. If you provide more than one path, you can use those to add layers to the array types or the 3D types, or cube maps, because cube maps you have to have like 6 images. So you can do 6 separate images for the left, right, front, back, and all that stuff to do a cube map texture. So multiple paths, projection, which applies specifically to cube maps. I might want to like rename this to be like cube projection or something like that to make it clear that it's only for the one type, but that's not really important right now. And then we have slices, which is also optional, and it's used to take each image that you provide path for, and then split it up such that you can have an array texture or a 3D texture from a single image or from a couple of images that are designed to be split. So, for example, you could have a sprite sheet that's split up into multiple arrays, and then you can index into different animations using an offset. Something like that. And then these, min filter, mag filter, map mode, and ramp mode. Well, I say optional here, but maybe I shouldn't say optional. These are required by every texture. You have to have a minification, magnification filter set, decide whether you're going to use maps, and decide it's ramp mode, which we haven't implemented ramp mode yet, but we'll deal with that later. I should actually say that these are recoverable. There we go. Recoverable if missing, but used in all textures. So these items here, if you forget to plug them in, if you're manually assembling one, or if there's an issue with your source control and you accidentally eliminate a min filter, mag filter, any of these lines from a source file, then the engine will default to one of them. So I think we'll default to probably nearest on the filters and none on the map mode, but that's something that you can recover from if you don't set it to anything. And right now we aren't even using wrap mode because I haven't implemented anything besides clamping. It automatically clamps. But yeah, that's the texture asset format. So there's a fair bit amount of work to do to make each of these features work correctly. So for starters, the having multiple types is something that I haven't had added support for before. Before I started working on the asset format style, where we were just doing this all directly in code instead of being data driven, I only supported 2D. I had an API set up for 1D, 3D cubes and all the rest, but we didn't actually get so far as to get the APIs to work. So that's something that we'll have to do. But before we even do that, there's a more fundamental feature that I want to add to the engine, and that is the ability to edit the stuff inside of the editor So let's review where we're at with the editor, switching the debug target and launching the editor. Open up a scene just so we have something to look at. So this is that same scene that plays when you play the game, and you can play the game inside of the game view if you want. And the way that we have things set up right now is that if you select an entity inside of the hierarchy, or you select multiple entities inside the hierarchy, you can see the components inspectors inside of the inspector view. However, I do want this to take double duty. I want it to be able to not just show us the details for the entities that we have selected, but give us a place within which we can edit things inside of the content browser. And this will be familiar to you if you used any other game engine, really. The inspector is supposed to be like an all-purpose place to do your data editing. And as it is right now, we can navigate through the content browser. We can go open up each of the virtual drives. We can double-click on folders, and we can even double-click on files and open them up. Whether that's inside of the browser, whether that's inside the editor, or inside of the default program for the thing. Like I can double-click on a PNG and it'll open up in my picture viewer. I don't even know what this program is called. Photos? It's called Photos, the default Windows photo viewer. However, these are not selectable. I can't click on one and have it selected, so we'll need to make these selectable items. And we probably would have to do that anyway for making the UI all nice and sleek. But with one of these selected, I want to be able to have it take over the inspector, so that even if we have entities selected in the scene, it will display instead of the component data. So I don't actually know the best way to handle this. I'm going to launch a couple of these engines and see how they handle this question, how they handle the focus of the inspector. Because like if you have entity selected in the scene, and you select selected an asset inside of the content browser, how then does it switch back to, or at what point does it know to switch back to showing you the inspector for the selected entities? I don't know that question, or the answer to that question off the top of my head, so we're gonna launch these guys and see what they do. Unity takes 10 years to open, probably just because I have so many packages in my projects, but you would think that it would be a little bit faster, because after all, the things that I'm opening are not even games. Like, they don't have that many assets in them. They just have a couple of packages from the store. But if I do, I forget which is which. Third-person learning. I guess it would probably be this one. Is the one that gives me the little third-person controller that I made. Unreal often takes a long time to load too, but it at least caches a lot of stuff in between launches. So if you're working on a project day after day, it doesn't take so long to open. So this was a simple third-person project I did like 6 years ago, where literally all I did, I was playing around with doing camera stuff with blueprints. The green and the red sections here. Green allows the camera to orbit these columns, but it still will not collide with the columns. And this does the old-fashioned way, where it just casts a ray from it's just a regular spring arm. Basically, it casts a ray from the character to the nearest surface, and then puts the camera in between. And that's okay in a lot of cases, but not for situations like this, where it makes more sense for the camera to orbit both the character and the whatever. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, we got a thing. I'm gonna open up the material map though, because it's a lot cooler to look at. Maps and starter map. The starter map is just a demo that Unreal provides, where it does a couple of physics things and it shows off a bunch of materials, and I'm actually not really clear as to the intended purpose of this, besides just being a way to show off the material system. But it is called starter map instead of being called the material map or something like that. Anyway, we're working with textures and materials, so this feels appropriate. Anyway, let's do a little bit of experimentation. Unity is still loading, still loading the initial domain. The domain being the C# scripts. So we have the outliner. That's their version of the hierarchy. That's what Unreal calls the hierarchy. And we have the details panel. I'm going to do these side by side, make it a little bit more straightforward to follow. When we select a entity inside of the outliner, we see its properties on the right, and we have a lot of cool features inside of here that I might want to take a look at. We have the ability to filter what things are showing. We can filter the object's properties down to physics-related things, the collider and the physics properties. You can restrict it down to rendering and whatever. We don't have nearly enough kinds of components to warrant this kind of filtering system, but I like it. And then when we go to select multiple of these, then we have only the fields that these entities have in common, and then we'll see mixed fields where they don't share values. So these have different X and Y positions. They all have the same height. And in Unreal, remember that Z is up and down instead of Y being up and down. And yeah, that all makes sense. Now let's see what happens when we go to select another object inside of the panel. Okay, so unlike Unity, Unreal doesn't actually pull up properties, I don't think. So in order for us to edit properties on these guys, we'd have to actually go in and edit it. We don't have the ability to like click on something and then have it show up, I don't think. Even when the content browser is docked instead of being a drawer. Okay, so that's one way to do it. We can just ignore that and then require that you open it up in an editor. And we do want to support the ability to have editors anyway. We want the ability to be able to create new kinds of assets for our game and then make an IMGUI based solution in order to do some edits. Let's take a look at how Unity does it, and Unity's finally loaded. And then this is the system I'm more familiar with. I've done more stuff in Unity than the other. So we select an entity, it shows up in the inspector. We select multiple entities like these trees, they all show up in the inspector as mixed. We select an item inside of the content browser, and it shows up here in the inspector as selected. And you can even do multi-selections, and it'll do mixes in the inspector, which is nice. You can still double-click on these to open them. However, a lot of these files that you're setting the asset properties for don't actually have full-fledged editors inside of Unity. So these are textures, basically. This is a cube map .hdr. So this, when you double-click on it, it'll open up in whatever your default HDR program is. And in my case, I don't have one, but for some reason, HDRI is registered to the render doc. I'm not sure why, because it always tells me that you can't edit it. And textures will open up in my default photo program. Let's see if there's a something else that might have a bona fide editor to it. So here's an audio file. It highlights in the inspector, and if I double click it, it will actually open up the file itself. Okay, yeah, so a little surprise there. Now, watching what happens with the focus, this is going to be the main point of interest for me, is that when I select the entity or the asset inside of the project browser, not only does the inspector change, but the entities that I had selected become deselected. So that's interesting to me. I'm not sure whether I like that, because what if I'm doing something like this and I've got like a whole bunch of things selected, and I'm manipulating them, and then I want to take a look at a resource down here. I would have to go and select all the items again. Now, in Unity, to be clear, Unity's solution to this is to allow you to do multiple hierarchy views, and you can lock it to, or wait, no, sorry, the inspector. You can lock the inspector and do another inspector if you want. So if I have it locked, then I go to select one of these. Oh, that's interesting. So even when I lock the inspector remains on the items that I had here. I can do some changes to the selected items, or the previously selected items, all at once, but it does deselect them in the hierarchy. That's interesting. That's actually not what I thought would happen. But yeah, this is good knowledge. This is how you learn things. You experiment and you fuck around and you find out. As the expression goes. Anyway, so I have to kind of make an executive decision on how I want to handle this. In Enterprise, currently, you currently can't select things in here. The only window that has control over this is the hierarchy. I'll do an arrangement like we had inside of Unreal for this going forward for the moment, where we have the hierarchy and then the inspector. So like you can select and deselect in here. We don't have mouse picking yet inside the scene. We will at some point, and then that will also manipulate what you have selected. So I guess the question for me before I start coding is whether I want the selection of assets to supplant the selection of entities. My first impulse is no, because eventually I will have widgets that'll allow me to manipulate things inside the scene view. And if I go to select an entity, or select an asset, or multiple assets, and change the inspector to work on those, I may not necessarily want to deselect the entities in the scene. I might want to have those inspectors, those widgets available. Though, let me think about this. If I'm being completely honest, I can't imagine a situation where in the middle of my workflow of constructing a scene, I would need to go in here and do something inside of the browser, and then come back and continue with the same selected items. At least not a situation where I can't easily reselect the items. So yeah, you know what? I think Unity's way wins. I think we're gonna do it the way that Unity does it. So inside of Unity then, we're gonna follow suit with their choice to deselect the entities in the hierarchy. I'm gonna leave these programs open as an example to follow up with. So in the case of Unreal and Unity, I'm actually going to set up the layouts for these programs the same way. Content browser on the bottom, outliner on the left, and the inspector right next to it. And we can use these as reference points while we are working on this feature. Cool. So, I guess that's that. Let's come up with a quick list of how we're gonna do this. So, we're gonna make the icons in asset browser, or in content browser, selectable. I'll clarify this. In the same selection list as the hierarchy. And then, or I should say, not in the same selection list, because you can't select both assets and entities. We'll say supplanting the entity selection. And then we'll need to add an interface or add API for asset inspector fields. And so this is going to require a bit of design work. We'll have to identify exactly what the questions are. And once we've added the API, I want to do a simple API simple inspector for the texture assets. And that's where we will go today. Probably should have done this before going live, but I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, back. Sorry about that. Had to do an emergency evacuation. All right, we are back. So, what did I do here? Yeah. So, I guess let's start with making the icons in the content browser selectable. Out of all the things we're doing here, you would think that would be the simplest, but I'm still fairly new to DRIM GUI, so this might be a little bit of hit and miss stuff. So the content browser code is in content.cpp, which makes sense. That's why we called it that. And then we'll go down to the onInspector section. Or not the onInspector section, the draw section, where we actually draw the GUI. All right, so the browser itself is a table of tables, sort of. So there's a table that represents this whole bottom region. The reason why is because we want to have a divider that we can drag and make bigger and smaller. Here we go. Main area. Oh yeah, and there's also the question of the top navigation bar, but that's its own thing. All right, cool. We got the main area, which is this whole thing. Or wait, is it? No, the navigation bar is this thing on the side. That's right. I get confused between the thing on the top and the thing on the side for some reason. Okay, and so this region here, begin child main area, this is a sub window within which we do the icons. So we start with the drag and drop. Basically, we just do, we have the ability to drop a file in from Windows into that region and do something with it when we let go. That's, in this case, what we do is we do a copy file. Though it's really simple. We don't have handling for the situation where the file already exists, for example. But very basically, you can do an import if the file's not already in that folder. And then here's where we actually do the icon table. First, we determine how many icons will fit width-wise, because we have the slider at the top here, which determines how big. Determines how big the icon is going to be. We get that by getting the width of the area and subtracting one item spacing, which is the width of the space between icons. We subtract 1, so that way we have the buffer on both sides. And then we divide that by icon size plus style item spacing. So the amount of space, the amount of width we need for an icon. Then we round that to an integer, and then we use that to determine how many columns we got. And then there's this bit about getting a button offset, which is basically used to center the icons. You can kind of see it a little bit here, that at all sizes, the icon is going to be centered in the space. They don't align left, they align center, in other words. Whereas the text aligns left, because I haven't bothered to do anything else with it. I'm waiting for my beautification pass to go and start making all that look prettier. And then we do the table. So we do a begin table, we give it the number of columns we calculated, and then we basically just go through all the files inside of the current folder and make an icon for it. And then each time we tell it we're doing a new column, table next column, and then if we run out of columns from the maximum number we calculated, it wraps around and does more icons underneath. And that's how the magic works. So what we're changing is going to be in this code. We need to make the icon selectable and still function the way that we wanted it to do before. Previously, what I was doing is I was just making an image button and using that item to handle things like the begin pop-up context item, so you can right-click on a file and say, oh, show in Explorer or whatever. and then double click on with the is mouse double clicked and is item active to determine whether we double clicked it. However, we could probably do all this same code with selectables. So we could do a selectable around the icon instead. I could do selectable around the entire region, but I'm just going to do it around the icon for now. Eventually, when we go to do a UX pass, we'll go through and we'll make sure that this is all super clean and easy to use. So that's when we'll add things like file renaming by double clicking, because I don't think that that's mission critical right now. So all of this will still apply, but instead of doing image button, I think what we should do is we should do just a regular image, and then we wrap that with a selectable. Let's take a look at selectables in DRIM GUI, because as always we will want to use. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's a little weird. This toggles things. Oh, this is like a game of life situation. Oh, hey, Jolo. Hello. Hi there. Yeah, there's got to be a simple. Okay. Alignment. By default, selectables use style dot selectable input align, but can be overridden on a per item basis. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the code for these two items. Basically, we'll be using that to select an icon by clicking on it. It looks like this grid example. For some reason, they did a Conway's Game of Life thing where it selects not just the thing you select, but it deselects the things nearby it. All right. There's nothing else in here that I care about, right? Everything else is selecting text. Okay, so let's search for this in the demo code. IMGUI demo.cpp, and this is going to be grid. Okay, here we go. Widget selectables grid. That's the one. This is a weird comment. Add a bit of silly fun. Winning state. What is there a game built into the demo? Winning state. If winning state it equals memchar selected. If all the cells are selected. Okay, now I've got to take a moment and try and select all of the items. That's silly. That's the sort of stuff that I enjoy. All right, so that was a little fun. But anyway, so what they do is they do a push ID for the element number, and we do something similar for the icons ourselves. We do a push ID for the icon index, and that's just to make the selectable unique. And then they do IMGUI selectable with the name on it. They give it a dimension. Hang on a second. No, they give it a is selected variable. So there's a multi-dimensional array, it looks like here, 4x4 for the Boolean representing whether it's a selected or whether the cell is selected. And then we have selectable flags. Okay, and then you specify a size at the very end. Okay, that's telling. So what I'm thinking we should do is we should do all of the logic with the selectable, and then store the cursor position of the selectable, and then add the icon after the fact. So basically we will do all the same code as before, replacing the icon button with a selectable of the same size. And then after that logic, we can add the image to that same position without messing any of the code up. So let's try that out. First, here we go, IMGUI position. I'm going to simply not bother with the icon for the moment, because we should be able to tell whether the selectable is still functioning the same way, because we'll have the text below the icon to tell us what the file is and what it does. So we'll do... Actually, I'll comment these out too. The style, color, push, and pop was specifically to make the back of the button transparent, and we don't need to do that for the selectable. At least I don't think so. We will leave the offset, though, the offset code. So instead of doing the image button, we'll do imGUI selectable. We'll pass in the label. I'll just say icon for now, so that we can see the word inside of the box. And then we will need to specify whether it is selected. And that's something we haven't had to do so far. Buttons are not selectable, so we didn't have to have a Boolean representing whether it's selected. Think about how we should handle that. Because we're going to do a multi-select situation, just as we did with the inspector, which, let's take a look at that inspector code. With the inspector, it wound up being simpler to do selected entities as a set, because this is something that we would be passing around quite a bit. We had to iterate through, and the entity IDs are quasi-random. However, for the icons, think about this. Icons are going to be a little bit different, because the data that we need from the icons inside of the inspector API is like its path. So we can't just pass a single number, I don't think. Unless we take advantage of hashing. I'll have to think a little bit about that. Man, I want chocolate? Yeah. Same, man. Don't we all? I think everybody wants chocolate. This is a little bit fun. I love when there's a little Easter eggs in programs like this. Like that. But I guess we'll have to come up with something. There's probably not going to be that many icons in any given folder, so what I could probably do is I could probably do a stack allocated bool array. Because by the time I start the table, I know how many icons there are. Wait, do I know how many icons there are? I don't. I iterate through them and then I increment the icon counter. Oof. Okay, so what I'll do... I don't know how many icons there will be until I actually get the count. I could probably... there's probably a member of the iterator, the directory iterator, that lets me deduce how many there are, or look up how many there are. Here we go. Here's the directory iterator. Here's the loop through it. Current dir dot. That doesn't have a size in it. Okay. Let's take a look at directory iterators on CPP reference. Maybe that'll give us some info. There we go. We got constructor, operator, advances to the next entry. Many low-level OS APIs retrieve the attributes along with the next directory entry. The constructors and the non-constant member functions of directory iterator store these attributes. If any, in the pointed to directory without calling directory refresh. Okay. Maybe there's an alternative way to do this. Current path is a system path. Maybe I can do current path dot I was thinking maybe there was like a way for me to get the number of files from the path itself. Maybe fs. Maybe the file system itself has a global function that could help with this. I guess not. Okay, that's a little annoying. So we'll have to use some other method to count the files in the folder. This is where Google comes in handy. Okay, and the way that this guy did it is literally by iterating through and then returning the count. And that's not necessarily a bad way to do it. What if we did something a little different than what I had originally planned? What if we iterated through drawing all the icons and all of the names, and then after that's done, reset the position, do another table, and after we've iterated through once, we'll have the number of icons there were, and we can dynamically, like on the stack, allocate either an array of bools or a bit field array that can tell us the selected status of each icon. And then we draw the selectable on top of that, and that's where we do the selectable logic. That seems to have promise to me. The only thing I don't like about that is that we're still iterating through the file system twice. Let me think about that. Oh no, we're not. We're iterating through it once to get the data for the file, and then we can just cache anything we need for later. Okay. So that makes sense. I think that's a solid plan. Let me undo the changes I made here. I'm going to replace image button though with something else. I'll just do ImGui image, and then we can pass in the same thing as before. ImGui is folder. I can just copy and paste this stuff. Is folder, picking the texture between the two, and then the size, which is going to be the same. Actually, these are probably very similar APIs. So ID, size, UV, UV, ID, size, UV, UV, yep, and tint color, border color, and then after. Okay, and then there's on this one, it differs when it comes down to frame padding. So all of this should be identical. I'll just copy and paste it. And then after the UVs, we've got the tint color, which in this case we don't tint anything, and then the border color, and those default to white, meaning that it's going to be full colored. It's not going to be tinted at all. And border color, which is 000, meaning you don't see the border at all. So this is enough, hopefully. And I will now comment this stuff out. And actually, I will need to comment out. I will need to comment out the other stuff as well. Well, I can leave the context menu, but I can't do the clicking and double clicking. Or can I? Can I do is item active on a non-interactable? No, I don't think I can. So I will shift select that, comment it out. So we'll get rid of the icon interaction, and so it'll just display an icon. And then we got the invisible button. The invisible button for the file name doesn't actually have to be an invisible button because right now it's not doing anything at all. But its main purpose is to give us a clipping rectangle, so a little section through which we can display the file name, and that's totally fine. What's this? File.path. File is undefined? Why is a file undefined? Did I comment out variable? Push style color, pop style color. No, file's right there. Did I? Oh, I didn't. I left a brace uncommented. All right, cool. And so we have the invisible button. We do the file name and whatever, and that's that. Let's see at least whether this displays correctly. I'll close out of Enterprise and launch it again. And launch it again, I said. There we go. It just took a little bit. Okay, and the icons actually seem correctly aligned. I didn't have to do anything on the padding to make it work. You can see that the spacing between the edges of the frame and the icon edges are basically perfect. So yeah, that seems to work. And now what we can do is we can count the number of icons there are. Stack allocate either an array of bools or an array of bit fields. There's probably going to be too few icons to even bother with bit fields. So for now I'll just do bools instead of having to worry about doing a bit field. And then use those as the selectable bits. And actually this gives us an opportunity to extend the selectable region to the file name, because I can simply make the bounds large enough for it. I'm not going to bother with that though, because that means getting into the weeds with the centering code again, and I'm not really interested in that. Cool. So we've got a way to show images. I should probably, actually, real quick, this is more of a sanity check. I just want to confirm that. Oh wait, no, it is confirmed. That's a file icon and those are folder icons. I was going to drag and drop a file in there so it wasn't just folders, but there was a file. Cool. So now all of this logic down here, the icon interaction stuff. Oh, one more thing. I got to right click on something, and yeah, so I can still right click on these and show an explorer, and it'll have them selected. Good. All right, so the icon interaction stuff, I'm going to shift select cut, and then we will put that in another loop down here. All right, and then making sure I'm not overlooking something. No, it doesn't look like I am. So where is the, so there's the for loop. Icon index is here inside of the, scoped inside of the begin table. I'm gonna scooch this up because I need this to be in the outer scope, so that way I have it available when I do another table. Oh wait, hang on a minute. Yeah, so actually I need this commented stuff to be out one level as well. Like that. And then I can do another table down here, and I'll have access to the icon index. Now, I'm going to rename this because now I've got a secondary purpose. I'm going to call it icon count. And then that way it's clear that this is intended to be the count in addition to being an index. Cool. And then down here we need to do the selectable. So I guess this would start with another table, but more importantly than that, it would start with setting the previous cursor position. So before we do the child, or no, after we've done the child, right here, we'll need to cache the cursor position. So imvec2 type is what the cursor is in dear imgui. I will do imgui get cursor pods. User generally sees positions in window coordinates. Internally, we store cursor pause in absolute screen coordinates because it's, yeah, whatever. I'm pretty sure that this is all I need. Except for I need to give it a name. So this will be the upper left, that's what I'll call it. So we'll cache that, and then at the end of the first loop, we will set the position. Oops. imgui set cursor pause to upper left position. This will essentially reset our position within the window, and we can do another table without much complaint. So if imgui begin table, table, spelled like that, and then we will do I guess selectables is what I'll call it. Let me look at what my naming scheme was before. Okay, so that's the main area, begin child main area. Column count. Okay, icon table, and I'll call this the selectable table. Okay. We'll need to do the same number of columns. So we'll do column count, and then flags. I want to mimic what I did on the other table, so that way it's the same size and everything. We didn't add any special flags to it, so it's just a regular column table. Good. And then we have to pair this, of course, with an end table. All right, this is starting to come together. So at this point, we know how many icons there are. We started at 0. We wound up at the number. Actually, we started at 0. We wound up at the index, so that's 0 based. We have to do icon count plus 1 to get the correct number of bools. So we'll do a bool array. This will be selectable state. And I think I can I do this without doing a pointer? I think I can. Though I might have to do a extended stack allocation macro on this one. Because now that I'm thinking about it, I think this is a non-standard. The expression must have a constant value. So what we'll do then instead is we will do selectable state pointer, or selectable states pointer, and then we will have it equal, wait, pointers on this side. We'll have it equal stack alloc. I have a portable macro here that allows me to portably allocate on the extended stack, because this is probably going to be small enough to be fine to be a stack allocated dynamically. We will do icon count times bool, times the size of bool, like that. Is that not doing what I think it did? There's a malloc A on Windows, and malloc A should be returning parameters, return value, returns a void pointer to the allocated space. So that seems right. Is the problem that I have to cast it? Value of type void star cannot be used to initialize. Yeah, I have to cast it. Cool. All right, and so we have a dynamically allocated bool, but we're doing it on the stack, so it's a lot faster. And then I have to do a free below. Wait, no, I don't. It's on the stack, so we're good. Awesome. And now we've got that. We need to initialize it. Selectable states, or memset selectable states. Excuse me. We're going to be memsetting to 0, and we're going to do this for icon count times size of bool. Cool. A little bit of C hackery here to make it to give us a dynamically sized stack allocated Boolean array. But now that we've got it, we can use it. So we'll have to do imgui. Okay, for int I equals 0, I is less than icon count I plus plus. We will do a selectable. Okay, so we'll do imgui selectable. We will call this the. Oh, I need to push a ID first. So imgui push ID. The ID that we'll push is the icon index, which is actually just going to be I here. And we can follow that with imgui GUI pop ID. And now this will be uniquely identified. Cool. So we got a selectable. Its label is just going to be, I'll just say icon so that it's visible. Though I don't need it to say anything, technically speaking. Then we pass in the address of the Boolean to use. So we would pass in selectable states plus I. And this will use the array pointer arithmetic where it will advance by whatever the size of Boolean is instead of just by a single address. And it will be in the form of a pointer, which is what we want. And then we got imgui selectable flags. Oh, you know what? There's a problem. There's a problem with this whole idea. I need the selectable states to be persistent. I need that to be. I need that to the state storage to last. So I can't simply stack allocate it. Okay, there's always something else. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, there's also another problem, which is the fact that when I want to add the interaction to this icon, I need to know what the path is, which I hadn't cached. And I'm not sure that I want to cache it now I'm thinking about it. Okay, nothing ventured, I suppose, but it kind of looks to me like none of this is going to do what I want it to do. So I'm just going to go ahead and undo all those changes I did. That's great. This is fine. Okay. So we'll redo up to the point where we got the image instead of the selectable. Okay. So I guess what we could do differently is we could, for every icon, back up a step and do the selectable. We won't know in advance how many icons there are, but we could just ensure that we have enough memory to represent all of them. So the only thing that comes to mind right now is a vector of bit fields. What we'll do is we'll do a vector of bools and then let the... I'm not sure if it's 100% standard, but somebody had pointed out to me on this stream that vector of bool in C++ has a special overload that does bit fields internally. Vector bool is a possibly space-efficient specialization. The manner in which it's made space-efficient, as well as whether it is optimized at all, is implementation defined. One possible implementation involves coalescing vector elements such that each element occupies a single bit instead of a size bool bytes. That seems so simple. Like, why would you not do that? But it's not. It's not literally part of the spec. It's implementation defined. That's annoying. Is there a way for you to tell whether they do that? Okay, whatever. I think it's probably better hygiene for me to do my own. And this might be something that we do enough that I should probably just have a type that does it for me. Let me think about this. Whatever. I'll just do it. For now, because I'm just kind of hacking things together, I'm actually just going to do it as a vector bool and then not bother with the arithmetic for vector bit field. And then later on, when I go to clean up, I can replace it if I want to. Move fast and break things. Okay. So where should I declare it? I guess it would be up here. Std vector of bool. And this will be icon selected. And this will also have to be static. Okay, and not only will it have to be static, but I have to bring it into an outer scope. Because when I go to change views, when I go to select a different folder, for example, by clicking on the nav bar, I need to flush what I had selected. Is that the way Unity does it? Let me try it. I select these guys, they're still selected. We can see their view. Well, we couldn't before, but now I can see them. We can see the view inside of the inspector. It's not locked, so it'll show empty when we don't have anything selected. I select a different folder, and they still remain selected. That's interesting. I wonder if that's valuable to me, to be able to navigate around down here without... But I guess it doesn't matter because the what I have selected in the inspector is going to be have to be independent of the index because the index is a function of iterating through the icons. So yeah, I will need to store probably here. Yeah, probably here. I'll do the static vector bool icon selected, which will default initialize to false, so I can just leave that as it is. So or it'll default initialize to having nothing in it, so we're okay. Icon selected, and then inside of isNav visible, when we go to change the path, I will say dot clear. So every time, every place where we would reset our view, so when we set the current level back to 0 and we change the current path, we will also clear what icons we had selected, and we'll work on doing better selection once we've got an inspector working. Cool. And we'll also have to do this whenever we open up a folder. So let's find that location and add the code. Icon table. Okay, icon interaction is folder. If we double clicked on it, then we change the level and we clear the icon selected. Cool. I just had another thought, actually. I'm going to do another experiment inside of Unity. I've got these three items selected. I wonder what happens if you import a file or you change the contents of the file while you have something selected. So in Unity, I can't right-click without deselecting, but I wonder if I drag and drop a file like this one. They remained selected until I clicked away. Let me rename it to be underscore, so it's first. I will select these three. I will open the folder, and then I will find the file in question and delete it. They remain selected. Okay, so they're using something that's a little bit more correct than selection based on the index of the icon. They're selecting based on the file path. Because if they weren't, then the selection would have moved over one, because the index of the icons are now shifted to be these three. Okay, I'm learning a fair bit about how this stuff usually goes together. I should probably do the same, if I'm being honest. So our selection booleans, they should be based off the path, honestly. So what I think I'll do, I'm thinking hard about this. I think I'll do an unordered map, and I'll associate the hash of the path of the file with the Boolean of whether it's selected. And then we will just regularly clear it, or regularly delete anything that we deselect, I guess would be the best way to think of it. And then that way, if I drag and drop something in the folder, or if another experiment comes to my mind. I select those three, and then I hold Shift. I don't even see these three queue maps in view anymore, but I hold Shift and click this icon. Okay, Shift clicking doesn't persist between folders. It only persists between things. Oh, how about control selecting? Hang on a moment. Control select. Aha, that's interesting. So you can actually still control select beyond the folder you're in. I had no idea that you could do that. So I've actually got two scene files, and yeah. So actually this is starting to make sense. So if I was to hash the path, or at least the name, but probably the path. Yeah, definitely the path, not just the name, because I need it to be unique. If I was to hash the path of the file and then associate it with a Boolean as to whether it's selected, and then just clear the element. Oh, I can do one better actually. I don't need a Boolean at all, I don't think. I can instead just make an std set. The Boolean of whether it's selected can be an R value of whether that key is present in the set. And then we'll have to take the return value from the. Hang on a second. I think you can do this. It returns a bool. So what we can do is we can plug in an R value into the right-hand side, or sorry, an R value into the is selected, and that would use this overload of selectable, and it will determine whether or not it's to be considered selected to begin with, and then we use the return value to determine whether to add or remove from the set. Okay, that makes sense. I think I've got it. I think I've got something figured out. So yeah, we've got quite a few little tweaks to make. So is icon selected? We're not going to do is icon selected anymore. We are going to do the image followed by the selectable. But now the selectable state will be determined by a map. And that'll have to be at the global level. Because the map, the selected icons will need to be exposed outside of the content view. Okay. I am slowly piecing it together. So what we'll need to do is we'll need to have a globally accessible std set. I'm pretty sure sets are internally ordered as hash maps. Let me double check. Actually, no, it's got logarithmic complexity, so it's usually implemented as red block trees. So that's not a hash map. But is there one that's similar? Is there like a whatever. I'm fine with the set. The complexity of a set is probably good enough for this problem. So we'll include set. So it'll be an std set of hash names, which means I also have to include enterprise core hash names. Good. And this will be called selected files, like that. And then we'll add the definition to the top of content.cpp. Here. Okay. It's all coming together. So now we've got a location through which we will store selection based on path. And so we will now take and store we'll do an IamGUI or IamVec2, and we'll say cursor pos equals IamGUI get cursor position. We will cache that to reset the location. We do the image, and then we do IamGUI set position to cursor pos. So we're resetting the location to the same spot that we had the icon, and then we'll do the selectable. IamGUI selectable. In this case, we will not do a label. I wonder if I can do null on the label instead of an empty string. If selectable, label. We calc text size from it. If text equals text display end. Whatever, I'll leave an empty string for this case. Or no, I can do one better. I can do the double hash and then say selectable. The idea behind this is that it gives us a unique, well, not a unique identifier, but it gives us an identifier that's not actually part of the label, if I'm remembering how this works correctly. And then we will pass in the R value. So we'll say selected files dot does it count? Does count what I want? I thought there was a like has variable. Oh, you know what? I think there was a has variable, but it's a C++ 20 thing. Contains is what I was thinking of. Yeah. So in this case, what we do is do .count, and then pass in the hash of the path, which right now is, what form is path? Or is it file? Okay, directory entry file. File path is a system path, which is the canonical path to the file. That's perfect. So file path dot I guess I could pass in C string. Can I pass in data or? Yeah, so we would do dot C string. And that'll give us a null terminated string, which internally hash name can use as a it can pass in a yeah, so in hash name it should be using the overload that gives us strlen for it. But it does seem to be complaining about something. No instance of overloaded matches the argument list. Why not? C string gives us a, come on, it gives us a value type. The value type should be const char string, shouldn't it be? Oh, it's giving us a wide string. That's the problem. Okay. We need to use U8 string to get it. Except for U8 string is an std string. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, so .u8 string, pass that into hash name and hash it, and then we've got it. Okay. Good. So selectable. We pass in the selected files.count, so the R value is going to be whether or not the thing is in the set. And then what comes next? Flags and then size. ImGui. What do we have for our ImGui selectable flags? Allow double click. Allow double click is important. Allow item overlap disabled. None. No pad with half spacing. Select on click. I'm going to say allow double click. I'm not really clear on why that needs to be a flag, but it might be a little bit better than what we had before for double clicking code-wise. And then we plug in the size, and we know what the size is because it's the same size as the icon. So select that whole thing, paste it, and then that's it. Cool, so we've got a selectable. I'm gonna really quickly go into imgui.h and look at the FAQ. Oh, the FAQ is a markdown file, that's right. And I'm looking for bits on this. Okay. Use ## to pass a complement to the ID that won't be visible to the end user. Perfect. Label equals blah and different from window. Perfect. That does exactly what I thought it would do. All right, now we've got a selectable. It's the same size and everything. We're passing in the selected files. So I need to now wrap this whole thing in an if statement because I need to actually react to a change. So if it wasn't selected and you selected it, then we need to add it. So if it returns true, then we will do selected files dot replace, and we'll pass in the hash of the path. This. And the very simple fact that we use this more than once makes me want to store this in a variable. Yeah, I'll do that up here. So we'll do hash name file hn equals the return of that. Cool, and then I can take and use it directly in the count, boom, and in the in place column. What did I miss? Oh, I had an extra parentheses in there for some reason. All right, cool. Selectable. What's the problem? Got the label. Selected files. Oh, I've got an extra parentheses here. That's what I've got. Okay. Selected files that count as the boolean. Then we got the, and then we're missing a comma. Okay. I think that follows. Except for I need one more parentheses. All right. Cool. Back on track. Yeah. All right. So that seems to be fine. And then if it's not there, we'll say else. Selected files dot erase file hash name. Cool. And it's a set, so if you in place and it's already in there, then that's a no-op, essentially. Though it's not a no-op, because it actually iterates to check to see whether it's present. So whatever, I'm not gonna think too hard about this. Cool. Icon. And then we make a selectable over it. Okay. I think we're making some progress. Cool. So now that we've got that selectable, the rest of the logic should be very similar. When we right-click, it'll be for the selectable instead of for the icon. Double-clicking is interesting. This flag for allow double-click, I need to look up exactly what it does. Because I don't know why I would need it. Here we go. I am double-clickable, it says. Selectable has 2 overloads. Yeah, whatever. I already know that. Let's look up the I am double-clickable. Oh wait, no, I can't compile quite yet, so I'll just read through the code and deduce what it does. I am GUI selectable, I am double-clickable. So if, and if is mouse double-clicked. Then we have, so double-clicking has some impact on how it performs. For now, what I'll do is I'll get rid of the flag. And I will do something else instead. I am GUI selectable flags none. I will just do none, and I'll use the same logic as before. But after we've compiled, and I'll do that now, I want to take a look at how that example behaves inside of the demo code. Oh, we got a problem. What's that problem? Undefined symbol. Oh, these are not inside the namespace. They should be. Okay, there we go. Alright, so it's open. Alright, that's interesting. So when I go to hover over the selectable, it's completely obscuring the icon behind it. But it seems to be working. If I double click, it'll open. If I double click on the file. Alright, so everything seems to be actually functioning correctly. That's good, I suppose. But now we have to worry about the icon poking through. Because when I mouse over, it is completely obscuring the item behind. But yeah, now if I click it, if I single click it, it's not actually telling me that I've got multiple selections going on. So it's maybe not working correctly. We'll have to do a little bit of homework on that. Let's take a look at that example, the double click example. So it was inside of selectables, basic. I am double clickable, it says. Okay. So what I'm noticing here is that single clicking on the I am selectables is toggling their status. Single clicking on the double clickable is not. I have to double click on it to change its status. Whereas double clicking on these others toggles it on and off. So I do actually want to disable the double clickable flag. Double clickable just means that you have to double click on it to select it, which is weird. I'm not sure when I would ever use that. Okay, so we are already using none. Go back to the code here. So we'll leave it as none. we did need to add that custom size to it. However, it doesn't appear to me, at least, that we are successfully selecting these. So I'm going to set a breakpoint on each of these. Oops, that's the wrong place. Continue. Okay, so yeah, setting a breakpoint on this else block is giving me... Oh, of course it's hitting else. Let me look at this code a little bit better. This will return false if I haven't just selected it, too. Oh, right. So this gets a little bit more complicated. I actually have to do the shift key modifiers and stuff as well. So this else block is not simply saying that I've deselected it, because it's going to be false anytime that I didn't just select it, I think. Let's try it with that code commented out. I wasn't really hoping to spend... Okay, so now I can select these. However, they do remain selected forever, so we'll need to do a little bit of logic here. So if we have a selection, then we will need to do some shift key logic. Close out of that. And we'll probably want to use the inspector as a guide, because we did similar logic inside of the inspector. Right? Where's the... Oh, not the inspector. The hierarchy is where we did this. Here we go. So in the hierarchy, we gathered whether shift was down or control was down. Basically just calling imgo is key down. We have a deselect all when clicking on empty space. That's a pretty common thing. It makes a lot of sense to have. And then we took the is selected. And then we handled the logic after the fact. Yeah, so we can actually copy and paste a lot of this stuff. So I'll copy and paste this. Oh, hang on a moment. Yeah, so I'll copy and paste this and put it at the top of the section. So inside of the icon table, actually above that. So we have the drag and drop region. The same place that we do the drag and drop, we will also do the logic for deselecting. Deselect all when user clicks empty space. But actually I will do a little bit better and place it above the OS drag drop. I think logically it makes more sense. Though I guess I'd be hard pressed to explain exactly why. So we'll do the shift down, control down selections immediately, and then deselect all when user clicks empty space. We will do selected files.clear if we click on empty space. And this logic works by doing a left mouse button click with shift not held, control not held, no item being hovered, and the window being hovered. Right, that makes sense. And then shift select anchors. Oh, we're gonna have to do the whole enchilada here to make this work. All right, I kind of really didn't want to have to spend a lot more time on the content browser, but we're gonna actually have to do the multi-selection of icons. So thankfully we have a guide. We did all the work previously inside of the hierarchy view, but we'll have to do the same thing here. So shift select anchors has to do with how when you go to select a item and you shift select, only one of the items is going to be the view about which you will do a multi-selection. Usually it's the last single clicked thing. We're going to need to add our own shift select anchors to this file. So let's do that. Shift select anchors is a static list of uint64t. So it's actually I think it's a doubly linked list, isn't that? Yeah, it's a doubly linked list. So the point of this was to associate an ID with. We have a series in order of priority, basically like a stack structure almost, except for it's a list. We have at the end of the list is going to be the current anchor, and if it gets deselected, then we go to the second previous anchor and make it the anchor. So this makes sense. The only thing I have to question is why we are using the 64T. I'm wondering if it's because we're doing a bit field situation. Doesn't look like it. It looks like we're doing an index situation. An index into the all entities that we get back. Which could pose trouble as we add the ability to create entities directly from the editor, but I'll use similar logic. In fact, this probably should be size t, technically speaking, because size t is the type that you associate with indexes into things. I suppose it ultimately doesn't matter. Under the hood, size t, I believe, is unsigned long on Windows, at least. So I'll go ahead and put that to a size t to make that a little bit more clear what it does. And I'll make a instance of a similarly named function in here next to the select files list. We'll have shift select anchors, and this will be static because we only need it in this CVP file. Good. Good. So we got the shift down, control down. We deselect when we click empty space. Perfect. And then we go back to the hierarchy. Down here, control down, shift down. We do the is selected boolean from the return of the selectable, and that's a locally scoped boolean. And after in this case we did a special draw call to draw a little border around the shift select anchor. We'll do another visual cue, but the key is selected. If it's selected, we technically could have wrapped this code with this section, but like we could have just done this. We could have just, instead of doing the is selected, we just do if selectable. I don't know why I didn't do it that way. Because I don't need to do the drawing of the shift selected anchor before I did this. In fact, it would probably be better for me to do this after I did this, because this logic down here can change what your shift select anchor is, and it makes sense to only submit drawing with the most up-to-date information. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick little bit of refactoring on this section just because it makes sense to, and it's probably a very easy fix. So we'll do handle multi-selection. I will Control X it, and up inside of the push block, I will paste it. Alt Shift F to get the formatting all correct. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I grabbed too many braces. Okay, and inside of here, oops, bam. Alt Shift F to do my Clang format. Cool. And then I can get rid of the Boolean entirely and just replace it with the selectable return value. And then we have IMGUI pop ID, which needs to be inside of the for loop. No, it doesn't. It needs to be outside. Doesn't it? Oh, I forgot to, I'm missing a parentheses. That's the problem. Cool. Alright, that's actually way simpler looking. And then we do the emphasis on the shift select anchor. Cool. And then I'll use this similar logic in the other. So I don't need to do a Boolean. I just need to wrap the selectable return value. Okay, icon. So here's where we do the image. Here's where we do the selectable, and we say if selectable, here's the return value. So we would take, and inside of that section, I'll copy and paste the logic that we had. Right. So if we're not holding down Shift or Control, then we will be pushing back an anchor value. The anchors were iterators into the list. In this case, we can use icon index. It's similar. It just increments every time we go through the range, or every step we take through the range, I should say. And then they do, I say they, but it's me. I did this. Selected files dot clear would be what we call. And then we insert the file hash. Okay, yeah. I suppose we could do in place with this because it's, but I don't see the point because we've done a pre-hash of the value. We can just do insert and copy it. Selected files dot insert. I'm looking for the place up in the code where I did selected files dot in place. Down here, this should be dot insert. Okay. Because we're not constructing it in place, we are just copying the value. All right. That's looking fine. And then if we're holding down the Shift key, we will. Oh, this will be a little bit tricky, huh? Yeah, this is going to be a little trickier because we don't know what the hash. We don't know the hash of all the files yet. So we don't know all of the files that we need to mark as selected. Let me think about that. Previously, in the case of the hierarchy, we actually had the entire list of entities to begin with. So what we did is we literally just found the we just found the range of entities between the first one we selected and the one that we just selected in the shift select anchor, so we can identify the range of things to select. We just iterate through all those. The trouble is that we're iterating through a range of files right now. We don't have a list of all of the files in the folder. And in a lot of ways, that's making this more complicated. What I might do instead, I'm wondering if it would be easier to do an iteration through the entire thing and then cache the data we need, and then we can use the count and that data to do multi-selection. It'd be simple enough to store the hashes of all the paths. But we would have to dereference those a lot. Oof. So the only thing I can think of that allows me to avoid iterating through the directory more than once without changing the structure of everything would be if you know what, we're just gonna have to solve the next biggest problem, which is caching. No matter how we sliced it, we were always going to have to cache the files that we had in the view, because the way that the code is organized right now is that we are hitting the file system every frame, and that's not good for performance. It just wasn't a problem until now. What we should do is we should store a cache of paths inside of the current folder, and then use them until either we change the view or until Windows notifies Enterprise that there's been a change to the open folder. To do the latter, we would have a background thread do a watch. I don't think I'm ready to do that right now, or at least I don't want to spend the time to do it. But what we could do is we could do the caching right now. So every time we open up a folder or navigate out, we will take and repopulate that list. That's as good as I've got. So, all right, it's one of those problems where we've started to pull on a thread, say I want to do this thing, but all of these other things that we were putting off now become important. So now we're suddenly having to do a whole bunch of stuff. We still haven't gotten to the point of doing the inspector. So maybe that'll be the entirety of today's stream will be just getting inspectors to work. And a big component of that would be getting the multi-selection inside of the content view to work. Okay, so let's do that. Current path is, we need that. We do need the selected files hash name set, so that way we can do a quick comparison of the files we have selected. Except for, we probably shouldn't be doing these as hashes. These should actually probably be full paths. The reason why we would store the full path instead of the hash is because I don't necessarily want to flood my intern table, the hash. In order to dehash the hash names, we have to intern the strings that are associated with them. I don't necessarily want to be flooding that with file paths that we might go through a whole bunch of them while we are working in the editor. So these will actually have to be file system paths as well. And then shift select anchors. Yeah, this will be the same because no matter how you slice it, we're going to be indexing into the list. Though, if we have a change to a folder while we're in it, and Windows notifies Enterprise and it updates the view, we should have some way by which we can yeah, you know what? This is I'm not really liking how many strings we're having to deal with here, but I guess that's par for the course. We're actually going to need to have paths as well. These are not terribly efficient structures, but our saving grace will be that we're not updating them very often. So the shift select anchors are now no longer going to be indexes into the files that we've got. Because the indexes can change whenever we change the contents of the folder from File Explorer or from if you have like some other automation solution that's going to be managing these files and it updates inside of Enterprise. So we'll actually have the canonical path be the thing that we store. And then we'll have to, from there, do the range selection within the cached files in the view. So we'll add another static member. This will be, or static variable. This will be, I guess it would be an std vector of ms paths. And this is going to be the cached file paths. And this will be updated every time we change the folder that we're in, every time we change the current path, and every time Windows detects a change to the folder that we have as the current path. We'll do that. We'll worry about that latter part at a future time. For now, we're going to just ignore it. And that way, if we make a change to the folder, from outside of the program, we won't see it until we change to and from that folder in the browser. That's just going to be the way it has to be for the moment. Okay, so we've got cached file paths. Now, when we go to initialize current path, we need to store something inside of the cached file paths. So we're going to do a loop. So it'll be for, I forget if we do a const reference or if we do by value when we're doing the file loop down below. Okay, it is. It's const. So first we have to do the directory iterator. Yeah, let me just copy this whole thing. First we have to do the directory iterator, and then we iterate through the directory iterator, which is a weird arrangement for the API, but whatever. Okay. Cool. So through this, then we have a directory entry file. We can use that and store it inside of the selected files. So this would be, cached file paths. So cached file paths dot push back, and we'll be pushing back file dot u8 file dot File.path? I guess it would just be file.path. We don't have to think about the representation when we are storing it as a path. I think internally it tracks its own. I think internally it'll use whatever the native system uses, so these are going to be stored as wide character paths. And then we can convert from that to U8 when we need. Okay, so we've just gone through every... Yeah, we've gone through every file and folder inside of the directory, and we pushed it into cache file paths. Okay. So we'll copy that. And then when we go to do all of this stuff, we'll need to do a few changes. Let me just make this a helper file, actually, or helper function, actually. So we'll do static refresh cached file paths. And all this will do is it'll go through the system and make changes to the cache. So I'll cut that, paste it into here, and before we do all of the pushing back, we'll do cached file paths dot clear. So when we call refresh, oh, I need to put a return value. When we call refresh cached file paths, it will clear the list, and then it'll go through the current directory again and populate it with paths. And we'll use this instead of using the current directory iterator. And that gives us the advantage that we can actually do range selection without worrying about updating. And then it also has the obvious benefit of the thing that we were always going to do anyway, which is stop hitting the file system every frame. We're just doing this a little earlier than I thought we would have to. So instead of doing that logic in here, we will just do refresh cached file paths immediately after getting the current file path. And then every time we change the current path, we will refresh the cache. Like this. Okay. Is that it? I thought there was another one. I guess after we do an import of a file, we'll have to do a refresh as well, because the new file won't have been in the cache yet. Though I suppose what we could do is we could just do a cache file paths dot pushback, and we can just insert the last path. And what that'll do is that when we drag and drop, this actually might be more intuitive anyway. When we go to drag and drop a file into the excuse me, into the content browser, it will just add it to the end, so that way the order of the icons doesn't change. We just see a new icon appear at the end. Though this only makes sense if the copy was successful. So yeah, I guess I'll do... I'm not going to go all in and do super robust error reporting here, but I'm going to do at least a little bit. If EC, or I'll say if EC is false, then we will do cache file paths dot pushback. Error code, I believe, will evaluate to nothing, or evaluate to true if you think about this. It'll evaluate to non-zero if there's an error, I think. I'm going to double check this. Yeah, return value equals non-zero. So in this case, it'll only append the path to the cache file paths if there was a successful copy, and that's good enough for our purposes. Anyway, continuing on our audit of the current path modifiers. Yeah, the only other place where we do, yeah, so down here, when we double click on a folder, it'll change the current path. We will refresh cached file paths in there as well. Okay, okay. Now that I kind of got a feel for how it's used, I'm actually going to give this a slightly different name. Current path, or cache file paths, it's actually going to be just the files that are in the current path. So files in dir, I should say, or in current dir. And yeah, and then that will be a little bit more clear in when we go to use it. We're iterating through the files in the current directory. That'll be easy to understand. Refresh cache file paths. I'll give that a slightly different name as well. We'll say refresh file cache, or refresh path cache. Whatever. It's all a little complicated to look at, to be honest. And actually, my style is to do capitalization on all the functions, so on all freestanding functions. So that should be capital R. Cool. All right, we just did a big old refactor to make just selecting possible. Now back into the browser, we're gonna have to make a few changes as well. Previously, we were doing a directory iterator and iterating through the directory. We'll now not do that, and instead of iterating through the directory iterator, we will instead be doing const fs path by reference for every path in. Well, I suppose it should be. This path is a variable above, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. Maybe I can get away with... So we have a local scoped iterator for the drag and drop. That's called path. Yeah, okay. Path is a good name I can use. So we'll call it for every fs path reference path in files in dir, files in current directory. We will now do all the logic that we were doing before. However, we no longer have to do this canonical thing because we have done that already up above. Wait, no, we haven't done that up above. I need to make this canonical. So that's a wrapper that we put around the path that we want to make canonical. So up in the refresh path section, we don't just push back the path. We do fs canonical file.path, like that. So now that all the paths are canonical, and that's important because we need them to be unique, and we need to make them relative to the root of the system. So that way the current directory doesn't have a bearing on whether or not something is considered unique. Okay, that's better. Yeah, but back down to where we were. So we no longer need to do this. File path is now just the iterated variable path. We will be using the hash. So I'll go ahead and do that. And instead of calling it file hash name, I will say path hn. And then I'll have little red squiggles down below where I wasn't using it before. We do need the extension from it, so we no longer need to do file.path.extension. We now do path.extension.ua-string. Right? Yes. Okay, and then is folder, we will now do path.isDirectory. Right? Yeah. Oh, isDirectory is something that we get from the file directory iterator. Okay. So I'll need to store, in addition to storing the paths themselves, I'll need to store a Boolean as to whether or not it's a folder. So up here, where we've got the declarations, we had a set of, a vector of paths. This is now going to be a vector of, I'll call it std pair of path and bool. First is going to be path. Second is going to be is directory. Actually, the path is kind of obvious, so I'll just do a comment that says second is directory. That's a little weird to read. Second is equal to second equals true if directory. It's going to go on the second line anyway, so I'll just be a little bit more verbose. Second equals true if path is directory. Yep. Cool. And now when we go to push back, we'll also have to push back dot file dot is directory, like that. But it's not just pushback; it's in place back because we're constructing a pair and we're putting it into the thing. So we'll construct this in place in memory on the vector. Cool. All right, making some headway. All right, so now we know whether it is a directory. So down to where we were iterating. Oh, files and current.pushback now needs to change, doesn't it? So when we drag and drop, I need to determine whether the path is a directory. So we'll call it fs is directory, and we'll pass in the path. So OS drag drop, trying to remember how this all fits together. OS drag drop gives us a U8 string. That is the path that we're dropping into the browser. We pass that into U8 path to construct a path from it. I should make that canonical, actually. Let's do std, or let's do fs canonical to be a little bit more correct. And then we do a copy file from path to current path slash file name. Yeah. Good. And then we have fs is directory. I will use that as the second element here. Cool. So now if there's no problem with the copy, we will in place back the path, which is now canonical, and we will in place back whether it's a directory. All right, cool. Good, moving on. And now this is where we do the iteration. We were doing a path reference and a is files in current dir. We're now going to do C++ 17 structured bindings. I'll make this a little bit nicer. So we'll do const auto reference for a path and is dir, like this. So this will automatically create a const reference, a const path reference and a const bool reference. We can use those inside of here. So We don't need to do isFolder anymore. This should probably be called isFolder. No, call isdir. That's fine. So all we need to do each loop is hash the path for use in the logic that needs it. Oh, but we got rid of the logic that needs it, didn't we? Yeah, none of these are storing the hashes anymore. So yeah, we can actually make this simpler than that. We can get rid of the hash name stuff, and we just have the extension now. And the extension is needed for the sake of dragging and dropping. So we'll do that up above. In fact, we can probably put that one thing right above the drag and drop logic here. And then it'll be available for it. Okay. Cool. This is starting to look a little bit nicer. Okay, so we got the path in the is directory from the files in the current directory. We push the ID for the icon index, which is incremented every time we find a file in the current directory. Good. That's pretty nice. Image isFolder is now going to be isdir. And we'll do a icon of either a folder icon or a file icon. And button X offset is already pre-calculated. That's good. I am selectable. Selected files is now a set of paths. So instead of counting whether or not the hash is in there, we count whether the path is in there. Right? Will you work fine? Yeah, it'll work fine. Cool. And so if the path is inside of selected files, the selected file set, then we will do the multi-selection stuff. Cool. So if shift and control are not held down, we're doing single selection. We clear the anchors. We clear the, or we push back the anchors are paths now, so we don't use the icon index anymore. We push in the path. Okay, and then the selected files.clear. And then we insert the path as well, like this. Cool, that makes sense to me. All right, then if we're doing a shift selection instead, and this is where this is the bit of code where we had to start refactoring everything because we had no way to do it before. Now we're going to need to do a range-based selection within the selected files. So what's the logic here? We are doing an index std min, so we get the min between shift select anchors dot back and I. What was I in the original? I guess I was the index into the shift select anchors. Let me double check that. Okay, so I is the index into the entities. Okay, that makes sense. So I is the index into the entities. Basically the index into whatever it is we're selecting. And I guess for us, that would be icon index, because it'll be how many numbers in we made it to the back. Except for the anchors is not an index anymore. So this logic doesn't really make sense. We'll have to do our own logic here. Okay, so we'll need to do, let me think about this. I guess we'll have to use iterators for this. So we'll look at the files in current dir. It's in the form of for loop. For auto it equals files in current dir dot. I'm going to need to find. I'm going to need to get an iterator to the specific value. So can I use dot find? What do we have for this? I might be able to do find. Let me search through this. Find first of. And so what I would do is I'd do find first of. I would pass in an iterator to start with. The trouble is that I want to be using ranges, but this is C++ 17, and it doesn't really cover all of our use cases yet. So I don't have an iterator into files in current dir. I have the dereferenced variables within that container. If I instead was using iterators throughout this loop, what I could do is use that iterator as a start point of my search. So I could get an iterator to the shift anchor and iterate from the current iterator to the shift anchor iterator. This gets complicated. So I was thinking that perhaps we could change the shift select anchors to actually be, instead of being a vector of paths, make them a vector of iterators. The trouble with that is that as soon as you make a change to the contents of the folder, those iterators become invalid, and that would mean that a change to the folder would cause a deselection to occur. If we wanted it to not break, we would have to deselect at that point, or lose our shift select anchors. Yeah, so I guess we're just going to have to do a search through the file to find the shift select anchors. This is kind of an edge case that I'm curious to see how Unity handles it. We identified earlier that we can shift select and do a range selection in one folder and then continue to do that in another folder. So now we've got, well, it's a little more complicated. We've got these items selected and we've got these items selected in multiple folders. If I hold down shift and click, it will append to whatever we got in here. If I'm in a different folder and my shift anchor is located in this folder, and I hold down shift. Wait, where's my... Oh, I have a deselection. A deselection occurred. So I've selected 3 scenes here. I control click here, and now I've got 4 objects. If I hold down shift to select 3 more objects, it deselects everything from the previous view. Oh, that's interesting. So it seems like the problem I'm encountering now is something that Unity also encountered, which is that it can't keep track of shift select anchors from a file that's not, from a folder that's not current. So let me do another quick test. Yeah, and so when I hold down Shift and do a Shift select from within a folder, it will actually get rid of the selections from the other folder, because every time I change the selection or change the view, it has to discard the Shift select anchors. Okay, that's interesting. It's funny. It's funny that like in the process of like solving problems that I come across inside of the inside of my own engine, I'm discovering weird edge cases that are literally breaking inside of the game engines. You can't do a multi-selection with Shift across multiple files in Unity for the same reason. And that's apparently because of this thing where we have to keep track of where we're going to range select from, and we can't do that across multiple files without actually like doing like expensive searching logic. So yeah, okay, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with this. It's going to be a little bit awkward, but I'm going to change the Shift select anchors now from, instead of being FS paths, I'm going to make them iterator types. So, boy. So it's going to be an iterator into the files and current dir vector. So what this will mean is that we'll start with this type, the vector of pairs of paths and pools, and then we will get its iterator type from there. And so this is going to be the same type that we get when we are iterating through files in current directory. So I'm going to make a note here because it's pretty important. This gets awkward because we have to pay very special attention that we don't have any elements in here when we invalidate them. So every time a change occurs to invalidate the iterators inside of files in current dir, we need to clear this list. So we'll say invalidated every time files in current dir is, where's my cursor? Oh, that was weird. I had a giant hang. Where's my core temp? VS Code just froze on me for a second. That doesn't happen very often. Okay, invalidated every time current dir is changed. And given the tight relationship between these two, I'm going to put them right next to each other. So current path, files and current dir, Shift select anchors. It's going to be a reference to this, and we have the set of selected files. Okay, making progress again. So now every time we make a change to files in current dir, we need to clear Shift select anchors. So let's do that. When we refresh the path cache, that means we're changing. Right, so we're changing what's being displayed inside of the content view. We will then do Shift select anchors .clear. Now to be clear, this is not actually erasing the selection. If we change views, the selected files will still contain all of the canonical paths for the selected files. What we're changing is that when we go to Shift select from here, we are no longer using the anchors that we had stored before. Let's keep going. Okay, this is where we emplace back. Which one is this? This is when we emplace back files from the drag and drop. This would also invalidate iterators. Actually, would it? Because if we're putting let me take a look. If we're appending to the end of a vector, I don't think that invalidates the iterators before it. Let me double check. Okay, if the new size is greater than capacity, oh, that's a good point. If we're pushing in the back and it has to reallocate, then it's going to be, yeah. So in here, we will have to invalidate. We'll have to assume that the anchors are invalidated and clear out the list. Okay, that's not so bad. So now we can store iterators into files in current dir into shift select anchors, which should be a little bit more performant because we're no longer copying strings. Okay. All right, single selection. So shift select anchors, we will now be pushing back an iterator. And that actually means we're going to need to go up here where we were doing the range-based for loop before, and we're going to need to do this as a iterator loop. Iterators kind of suck, but they're still, in C++ 17, there's still some things that you kind of need them for if you're, yeah, if you want to do some advanced sorting logic. So what we'll do is we'll do for, I guess this would be auto files iterator equals files in current dir dot in files it is not equal to files in current dir dot end files plus files it. Okay. So now we've got that going. We'll still need to access the path in isdir. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a const auto reference to them. So we'll do the structured bindings again, but we will do it from dereferencing the iterator. So we'll say files it with a star in front of it. So this will dereference it, give us a reference to the pair, and structured bindings will take and extract the path and the boolean from it, so all the logic will remain the same. What's different though is that now we have access to files iterator, which we can push back into the, oh, that should be capital there, which we can push back into the shift anchors when we do clicking. So good. Okay. So shift down and control down are not being held, so we're doing a single selection. We clear the anchors, and then we push back the current one, which is going to be files it. Okay, good. And then if we're holding down shift, and this is where the logic was getting to be a little icy. If shift select anchor is .size, meaning that it has elements, then we will have to do a range. If we don't have to do a range, then we can just push back the files iterator and then insert the file into the selected files .insert. And these are going to be the path that we got out of the range. Yeah, good. Okay, so this is where we do the shift selection. So we're going to need to do std find. I believe we just do std find. We pass in the iterator, so that'll be the files it, which is the current iterator. And then the last, can we do forwards and backwards order? The last iterator I want is the shift select anchors back. And then the value that we're looking for is the iterator. Wait, I don't need to do find anymore. I can directly access back, so I can do forward or backwards iteration through the through all the files this way. Okay, that's good. So we'll do a for auto range select it equals shift select anchors dot back. So we'll start at the back, and then we'll say range select iterators not equal to the current file. Wait. Yes, that's right. So this range will not include the current file. Right, that's good. Not equal to files it is the iterator I'm looking for. Files iterator, and then plus plus range select it. Now the thing I'm getting a little confused about is that these are forward iterators. So I think I have to let me think about this. I think I have to conditionalize this. I have to do either from the shift select anchor to the range select iterator, or the other way around, depending on which one is larger. So I think I can do ternary operations here. Let me think about how I would do that. I would start from I'll do a local bool to make this a little bit more readable. We'll say bool is anchor lesser, and that will be equal to shift select anchors dot back being smaller than the file iterator. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that works. Yes. Because if we take and we subtract the again from it, I think these are do these evaluate into pointers? I can't quite remember, but I do remember that if you do an iterator minus the beginning iterator, then you'll get the index into the container. So yeah, that makes sense. So there's that. So is lesser anchor, and then inside of the range loop, we'll say we'll assign the range selection iterator to be equal to either shift select anchors dot back or files iterator, depending on which is lesser. And then we'll do a similar thing for this. We'll say not equal to is anchor lesser, and we'll just reverse these shift select anchors dot back. Okay, so what's the problem? Files iterator. I think I have to wrap these in parentheses. There might be an order of operations thing going on there. Okay, yeah. So, oh right, because otherwise we'd be trying to evaluate this without the parentheses there. It would be trying to evaluate this as the ternary condition. All right, that makes sense. Yeah. So we start the range at the lesser of the shift select anchor or the current file iterator. And then we finish at the greater of them. Right, okay, good. So this gives us an iterator through the entire range. Now there's an edge case I'm thinking of out here, which is the fact that you could possibly shift select the same element that you have selected. So let's do that here for the sake of demonstration. So if I shift select the same thing that should be my anchor. Oh, that's not what I expected. Nothing happens. Okay. Or actually, to be more correct, it will rewind the selection. I don't think I want to do that in my case. So when I go to shift select something, normally the last thing I clicked becomes the anchor. Whereas in Unity, I think it's the thing that you initially selected and shift selected from. Yeah, that's a little confusing. So if you shift select the first item in your range, nothing happens. I'm dealing with some strange lagginess. Am I dropping frames? I don't seem to be. Yeah, it seems to be doing a range selection from about the anchor. So I guess this is kind of loosey-goosey behavior. I don't really need to model everything I do after how other file browsers do this. But I do have to decide what happens when you shift select the same item as your anchor. I think what I'll do is I will skip the range selection if the shift select anchors.back is equal to files iterator. And what that will do is that when I have a shift selection range, the place that I would be shift selecting from, if I hold down shift and click it again, nothing will happen. Whereas if I don't have this check inside of here, then it will determine one of them as lesser. So either the anchor or the range selection. Actually, let me think through that. If it identifies, because the is anchor lesser is determined with this inequality, lesser or whatever. If they are the same, then anchor is lesser would be false, and we would be iterating from the file iterator to the file iterator. Oh, so I don't even need to do a check here. So what this will do is it'll completely skip over the for loop. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. When we do the range selection, though, this loop will stop one before the greater of these two iterators. So we do actually have to use the greater of these two iterators after the loop and push it back. Okay, I think I have figured it out. I'll do something like this. The lesser iterator, I'll set that equal to, can I do an std min on these? That'd be really helpful. I can. Cool, because they have inequality comparisons, and yeah. So I'll do what I'll do is I'll do lesser iterators and greater iterators. I will do these by const reference, so we're not duplicating them. I'm just getting a handle for the one I want to use, and then the greater iterator. Let me rename it. Greater iterator is going to be the max of these two. And then if they are equal, then it doesn't matter. They'll evaluate to the same iterator. Perfect. Okay. And now with that in place, we can make this code a lot simpler. Range select iterator equals the lesser iterator, and greater iterator. Here we go. And then we continue until it's not equal to the greater iterator. And then we plus it. Okay. Right? Did I? Oh, I have an extra pair of parentheses in there. Cool. So now we're iterating from the lesser to the greater, and then whichever the greater is, I will need to add it to the selection as well. Perfect. All right, this is starting to look to make logical sense. So the selected files dot insert. We'll have to insert the path. So this will be range select iterator dot or arrow. First is the path. Actually, no. The thing that we're inserting is both. No, we're just inserting the path. That's right. So it'll be arrow first, like that. Okay. And then at the very end of all this, we do selected files dot insert range selected it. Oh, the range selected iterator needs to be declared outside of. Oh no, it doesn't. I just need to do greater it first. Okay, perfect. That's really nice. It took a while to figure out how it'll work, but the gist is that if we're holding down Shift and we select the item, right. So if selectable returns true, that means we clicked on the selectable, and we're holding down Shift, and we have at least one Shift select anchor. We will iterate through from that anchor to the current file, whichever, or vice versa, because we have to do this in lesser to greater order. We will then insert that path and then insert the last paths to make this inclusive, to make this range inclusive. Cool. I guess the last thing then would be to push back the anchor. So push back, we will push back the anchor that we just selected. So the one that we just clicked on. So we would be pushing back files it normally for this, so that the item we just clicked on becomes the next shift select anchor. However, I'm a little hesitant to use that because it's possible that we would be pushing back the file iterator twice. If it just so happens that we are shift selecting the anchor again. So what I'll do is I'll do a quick if statement here. So we'll say if files it is not equal to shift select anchors dot back. Or I'll do this a little differently. I think that's a little more clear. I put the thing that I'm going to check and the value that I want to check it against in that order. So if it's not already the back element, then we will push back. Perfect. Then this logic down before is exactly the same. We just insert the selected file. And the new anchor if we are shift selecting without a previous anchor. This is essentially the same thing as single selection. Cool. All right. Oh boy. I'll need to take a quick break after we get this to compile. Now we do the control clicking, which is where we append selections. So we'll do. It looks like we're checking to see whether or not the file is already selected. So if selected files dot count path, if we have the path inside of the currently selected files, then we are doing what? So this is if the selected file already exists. So what we were doing in the hierarchy is we were searching through and trying to identify whether the anchor was already, whether this selection is a shift select anchor, because if we're deselecting it, we need it to not be an anchor anymore. So we do std find through shift select anchors begin to end, and instead of being I, it would be files it. The iterator through the entire file list. So if it is not equal to the end, then we call erase on it. Okay, and we aren't actually invalidating anything here. This is a list of iterators. So we're just removing one of the iterators from the list. The file is still inside of it, so yeah, that's fine. Perfect. And then we're removing it, and then we remove the selection as well. So we would say selected files dot erase, and we pass in the path for that. Okay. And if it's not already selected, then we will add it as an anchor. So this will be files it, and then we would do selected files dot insert path. Okay, so far so good. And then this last element here, selected files dot insert. That's interesting. I don't know why that's there. Selected files dot insert, because we do the insertion. Maybe that was a typo from my copy. Let me review the logic in here that we copied. Yeah, because they don't, on the hierarchy code, we don't do the insertion afterwards. So yeah, that's looking correct. Okay, that was rather complicated. But I think that's correct. So now we have a process that will allow us to do selection for each of these. Cool. We've already displayed the icon here. This is the selectable. And we pass in whether it's selected by the selected files. So we can select, it'll highlight anything that's in that set as selected. Perfect. So I think that's actually everything, except for we have a couple of more red squiggles from probably the refactor. We don't have file path anymore. What we do have is file it. Actually, we just have path. So path is the referenced inside of the iterator. Path.extension.u8 string. The show and finder, we use path.u8 string. And is folders now is dir. Right? There we go, yeah. And then current path. If we double clicked on the folder, then we say current path equals path, because the path would be to a folder instead. Good. Same thing here. File path is now just path. And then when we go to add the text, we have to get the path.file name. Okay, that's actually all the red squiggles gone. All right, moment of truth time, F7. All right, got some problems. What do we got? Oh, we have selected files is now file system path set. I do need that to be external. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not going to do the using namespace just for this file. So what I'll do is I'll say std file system :path, and that'll be fine. Okay, that compiled. Let's run it. All right. Clicking, shift selecting, control selecting, then shift selecting. Okay, we've got the ability to select multiple files now. And clicking outside, the behavior is pretty natural. I can click to the empty space and it deselects. A single click will only do one click. If I double click, it'll do crash is what it'll do. What do we got? Can't increment vector iterator past end. So what did I screw up? So we're trying to do an iteration still. Oh, double clicking on the folder invalidated the iterators that we had. So I'll have to do a break whenever we do that. So let's stop for a second. All right, so we're iterating through files in current dir. And we don't directly access it, but when we double click on a folder, we do a refresh cache path. And that changes it. So in this case here, I will need to follow the refresh cache path cache with break. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. And that'll just break us out of the loop so that we're not continuing to iterate through the files this frame. What would that cost me? Let me think about that. The frame that triggers this code will be one where we're double clicking. So we're not going to be in the middle of a multi-selection or something like that. Down here, this is where we actually do the rendering of the name, the file name. that will be skipped. That'll get skipped. So when we go to double click on a folder, the frame before we change folders, we will have its name go missing. That's really not a huge deal, but I could probably move this whole thing up above somewhere. Actually, it would be a little more complicated than that because I'm using an invisible button and that would interfere with the... Yeah, so I'll just leave it and that should be fine. Let's try it out. Okay, shift selection still working, double clicking. All right, what do we got? Expression inner window ID ID stack.back equals table. So this is an assertion from DRM GUI. Pop from ID stack. Oh, right. Okay, let me go back. Because we still have the, at the time that we go to break, we still have the extra ID stack, ID pushed on it. Let me find the push ID. Okay, here's the call. So we're iterating through the current directory. We have a push ID, and normally we pop at the very, very end of it. But if I call break, we don't do that. So before break, we have to do imgui pop ID, and I'll put the comment in here to explain icon index from the outer loop. Yeah. And then, yeah, that should be it. That should fix that. So that way we have the ID pop and push paired even when we break. Okay, that seems to be working. So I can double click on the folders now. We have the ability to range select these guys, and all of that. And then moment of truth time. Oh, never mind. I was thinking that I could drag and drop a file and confirm that the selection is fine. I suppose I could still do that, but I would have to drag and drop into the content browser itself. So let's find a file that doesn't exist in this folder and drag and drop. And it appended it to the list, and it didn't deselect these things, which is good. So if I go back up a level, it's now sorted. Previously, the file was showing up as an icon at the end. It didn't resort, in other words. But now I can delete the full file. Now, though, as a consequence of what we did, we don't see changes that occur inside of the file browser because we're not hitting the file system every frame. I'll have to add a thread in the future that will watch for changes to the folder while it's open. And that way, when I go to do something like that, where I delete a file from here, it will show in here. Because now if I go to double click this, nothing happens, and we get open file default map, the specified file was not found. Yeah. So not a crashing error, but whatever. And if we leave and come back, we find that the files disappeared. Cool, so that was actually quite a bit of work to get that working. There's still a graphical problem with how this is working. The icon's being drawn behind the selectable. And I think we can probably reverse the order of that. Let me see how easy that would be to do. I just don't know whether or not it would interfere with the selectable. Yeah, so I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this and put it below. So underneath the is selectable boolean. We will add set cursor position, so we'll move the cursor back to where it was before we did the selectable, and then we add an image. I guess let's try it. The thing I'm worried about is that the icon will block the clicking of the mouse to try and make it impossible for me to do the selection. Okay, what have we got? I for sure wasn't expecting a assertion. If you wanted to use begin drag drop source on an item with no unique identifier for interaction, such as text or image, you need to A, read the explanation below, or B, use ImGUI drag drop flags, source allow null ID. Okay, that's interesting. So I must have screwed something up by reordering. I was doing a begin drag drop source. Okay, begin drag drop source was applying to the image, not the icon itself, not the selectable. What I might do, instead of doing image like this, let me stop. Instead of doing image to draw the image, I might try just adding the texture to the draw list to get the draw list and render it directly. Because I think if I do it that way, then it doesn't interact with the mouse or interact with the system. It just draws something. So like without the icons, everything probably works fine. Yeah. I can shift select things and whatever, and open up files by double clicking successfully. So yeah, let's try that. That's going to be a little different. This will be the last thing I do before I take a break. We'll do well, first I need to get the draw list, and then I need to add the image to the draw list. So yeah, let's see how I did it in the inspector view. Inspector, in the inspector view, I did use draw lists to add the box around the, or not the inspector, the hierarchy. I did draw a box around the shift select anchor. So I did get window draw list, add rectangle, and I added the item rect, min, and max. The thing that I'm not so sure about is whether this is window space or not. So what I'll do, I'll just try something and see how it goes. Instead of doing set cursor position and image, I will do ImGUI get window draw list, and then add image. We'll pass in the texture. respond to a text real quick. File icon text. Okay, so we'll get the texture, the min and the max. Oh, I can do the same thing I did here. Get item rect min and get item rect max. That's literally the previous item that I had punched in, which was the selectable. So yeah, that works. Min and max. Right? Const imvec2 min, const imvec2 max. Now there's a UV min and a UV max. Okay. I do have to reverse these because the Y is wrong. So they're the default for this function is 0, 0. So actually I have to do 0, 1 and then 1, 0. And then color. Does color do anything inside of image? I guess it would be a tint. And that's probably a 32-bit value. Let me look at that. Yeah, that's the max value for a 32-bit. So that's a equivalent of white. So it's probably a multiply thing. Okay. I think it might actually just be that simple, just to add this image on top. Let's try it. Okay, so the images appear to be okay. However, the way that the texture is mapping at the default size, you probably can't tell on the stream, but I'm noticing that the icons are a little bit fuzzy at the default size, which makes me think that they're probably not exactly the correct size. But yeah, it seems to be drawing correctly. I can do this. I can do the selection. The selectable box appears behind the icon instead of in front of it, and I can click on it on the icon without it affecting the rest of it. So cool. I'm just going to quickly do a print screen. Go to paint.net. I'm going to measure the pixels in the icon. I know it's like, I'm being a perfectionist over here, but I actually do want to know whether I've changed the number of pixels that get drawn. This should be 256 across. It is 264 across. 64. So that's 4 extra pixels on each side. So yeah, the selectable is adding a buffer. Okay, so let's fix that. I want that icon size to be what it says on the tin. So I'm getting 8 extra pixels somewhere. And this will be the last thing I do before I take a break. So column count, that just gives us the number of columns. It doesn't actually give us the size. Icon size, So icon size is used directly inside of the selectable, which is interesting. So what I'm getting from this is that the selectable has a buffer between it and the content that it houses, and that buffer is adding to the overall size, which is how I'm defining the size of the icons. So there's probably a flag or something I could specify here. What do I got? Well, I don't have any flags that I could probably set. I don't have the ability to change the border here. Well, let me look at these flags again real quick. Maybe there's something I'm overlooking. There's something called no pad with half spacing. Oh, that might actually be what I'm looking for, because it would be padding on either side with half of the spacing variable. So I'm looking up how this works. Selectables are meant to be tightly packed together with no click gap. So we extend their box to cover spacing between selectables. Okay, I think that makes sense. So if I'm reading this correctly, yeah, the spacing here, when I get these to be tightly packed, yeah. So as I approach getting tightly packed, these are very nearly touching each other. The only reason they're not is because I account for the gap when I calculate the number of columns. So you see the space between the edge on the left and the edge on the right, they're identical to the ones in the middle. So if I was to turn that off and recompile and rerun, it'll probably give me that buffer space back. Yeah, so it's jumping a little bit as I get closer. And this looks more crisp at 256. 256 is the actual resolution of the texture, so it should be pixel perfect at this point. So let me take a look at it and do a quick check. Yep, 256 wide, exactly. Perfect. So that is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, so I spent a considerable while getting the selectable thing working. But now we've got icons that you can click on and whatever. But I tell you what, I do kind of like the idea of the border going around the icon a little bit. That'll be a thing that I worry about when I go to beautify things. We can now double click on stuff. We can now multi-select stuff. And we can access the paths of all of the things we've selected from the set of paths that is available from the content.h header. So the next thing to do would be to work on the logic for getting the inspector to switch between what you've selected in the hierarchy and what you selected in the content view. Yeah, so this is actually a considerable step forward. Having the ability to multi-select stuff like this. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in probably 15 minutes, and then after we get back, we'll actually get the logic sorted out so that inside of the scenes, when we have multiple stuff selected, the inspector will be able to flip between what the stuff we've got selected in here and the stuff we've got selected up here. Oh, I just try to do a click and drag, box drag around these. That's something that I probably really should add before I move on, but I'll move on anyway. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Where are we? Anything happened while I was gone? No, nothing happened. Alright, so we're at 3.5 hours already. Strangely, the hardest part about this was just getting multi-selection to work. So now we have it. We can control click to do single selection. We can single clicking is single selection, control clicking is appending selection, and shift clicking is range selection. And this will work even as we change folders. So I shift select these 4 folders. I go to the data folder. They're still selected. So that'll come in handy when we're doing what we're going to do next, which is going to be setting up the inspector to display properties for the selected items. Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. So, pardon me. Take a bite of rice pudding. So we're going to need to do a couple of things. First, we're going to need to make these selections exclusive. So that means that if I select something in here, it will deselect whatever selected up here. And that's pretty much how it works in here. There might be the case that... No, there's no case. I was thinking that maybe if you selected the folder, that the folder you select would not change what you have selected in the scene, but that's not the case. You select anything including the folder and you get the inspector for the content browser. So this part should be the easy thing to fix. Inside of content.cpp, this is where we got all the multi-selection stuff going now. We're going to take, anytime we make a change to the selected files, here, selected files, for selected files, it's a dot insert, sorry. For every instance of selected files dot insert, we will actually clear the selection from the hierarchy. So up at top, we're going to add an internal header, include, this would be include views / hierarchy. This will give us access to everything that's exposed in the hierarchy view. We need to be exposed to the selection. Oh, hang on a moment. Selected entities isn't defined in hierarchy, is it? It's in scene editor. Scene editor selected entities is where we get that. So yeah, so this will come from the scene editor file. So scene editor.h, and then we get the selected entities. For the selected files, I think I want those to be in the content browser. I guess it makes sense for selected entities to be exposed in scene editor.h because you'll also be able to select and deselect them from the scene view, and it's not exactly clear which of the 2 views should own this, so we'll have it be owned by their parent. But yeah, in the content browser then, instead of doing views hierarchy, we will do it would be layouts, I think is what it is. Layouts / scene editor.h. This will give us access to the selected entities, and then any place where we were doing selected files.insert, we will also do a clear on the selected entities. So scene editor selected entities .clear. And we'll do this every time we make a change to the makes sense. All right. Okay. And then we'll have to do the inverse on the hierarchy panel. Hang on a second. On the hierarchy panel, we'll have to do the inverse, where we deselect everything in the content browser when we select an entity up here. We can't simply make this a combined list. These have to be separate because they're different types. Or combined set, I should say. They have to be separate because they're separate types. The entities selected will be basically uint64t. They're going to be the entity IDs. And we're using full paths for the selected assets. So in here, every time we do selected entities dot insert, or do we have any in place? No, just insert. Anytime we insert, we're gonna do oh, I have to do the include. Let's do that. Include views content.h, and this will give us access to it. So inside of the content view, we will add content selected files dot clear. We'll add that to every instance where we edit. Yeah. Okay. And Alt Shift F to get all the formatting. Okay. All right, let's try it. F7. F5. All right. So moment of truth time. Let's open up a scene. Got a scene. Can see the icons in the scene view up there. And then I'll go to select some select some sprites, and that's all working fine. I go to select a file, and it deselects all of the sprites. Now, interestingly, and I hadn't thought about this consequence, that doesn't clear the shift select anchor. You still see the border around it. So yeah, we'll need to clear the shift select anchors as well. But vice versa, if I go to select one of these sprites up here, it does deselect the files as well. So that's something I didn't anticipate, but that's no problem. We can just clear the other shift select anchor as well. So every time we do the content selected files clear in this file, this will be a little bit easier because I can just do a search and replace. I can append scene editor, or no, I don't need scene editor, I just need shift select anchors dot clear. Right? No, I need it to be from the, oh, that's tricky. Okay, so actually this means that I need to expose the shift select anchors in the other files. That makes it a little bit awkward. So, because I don't like the idea of having to do a bunch of lines of code everywhere, everywhere I need to clear the selected files. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a helper function to both the hierarchy and to the content panel. I should say add it to the scene editor and the content panel. So we can directly select, directly access the selected entities by including this header. I'm also going to do a simple helper function, clear entity selection. And in the definition, down here, we will just do what it says on the tin, and we'll say selected entities clear, and then we'll also do scene manager. Wait, we don't have to scope it. Right, this is scene editor scope. So then we have to clear the shift select anchors. So shift select it, select. Oh, that's interesting. Shift select anchors is not declared yet. Oh, shift select anchors is part of the hierarchy. Okay, I'm going to call an audible. I'm going to move this stuff into the content.cpp instead of in sceneeditor.cpp. Or sorry, hierarchy, not scene editor. That'd be here. And the reason why is because there we go. The reason why is because the I kind of just need these to be in one place, the shift select anchors and the selected entities, whereas I was splitting them up before. And even though technically the scene view could claim ownership to the selected entities list, I'm going to make that the job of the hierarchy. The hierarchy is to manage the list of entities in the scene, and it will also give you the list of selected entities. So moving shift select anchors up above and putting selected entities into the editor views hierarchy namespace. And then in the scene editor, I will cut these two functions out, paste them into the hierarchy.h. And now the organization makes a little bit more sense. Scene editor will still track which scene is currently open though. All right. So this is extern for available use outside of this, outside of the hierarchy.cpp. Shift select anchors is still static, which makes sense because it's only used in here to facilitate selecting things. And then we will do clear entity selection right here. Oops. And we will do exactly what we promised. And we'll do selected entities dot clear. And we'll do shift select anchors dot clear, like that. Cool. And then this will be available inside of the content panel and vice versa. We'll do this on the content view as well. So we've got selected files, and below that we'll do void clear file selection. And we'll do a definition for it. Below the static refresh cache path, or cache paths, path cache. All right, and this will be file selection, selected files. There it is, dot clear, and the shift select anchors dot clear as well, which I believe is already a static up above here. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This is looking pretty good. Current path, selected files. Selected files. Okay, so we got the globals. Static. I guess this would be local. Technically, it's a internal global. I don't remember, but yeah, we got the selected files. Clear file selection now does the job that shift select anchors.clear did. Let's go into hierarchy.cpp. Actually, hang on. Back in here, back in content, we're gonna do, instead of layouts/scene editor, we're gonna do views/hierarchy.h, and that'll give us access to the selected entities again. Well, it sort of will. It'll give us access to selected entities, but I took them out of the scope of scene editor, so yeah. So what we'll do is we'll replace all instances of this call with clear file selection. That might need to be scoped as well, actually. Editor views content, clear file selection. Oh, this is the content browser. This needs to be replaced with not clear file selection, but clear entity selection. Right? Yeah. And these, I think, yeah, they're undefined because that needs to be scoped to hierarchy. Like that. Okay, so now when we do the clear entity selection, it'll also reset the shift, the anchor selections, and then that's extensible as well. We can put more stuff in here if we need to. Cool. And now we need to do the inverse for hierarchy. We need to do selected files. So content selected files.clear is now going to be content clear file selection. Right? Yeah. And then selected entities is now local scope. So I find all of the ones that are justified in scene editor selected entities, and now it's just selected entities. Okay. That seems to be better. All right, F7 time. Cool. Well, not cool. We got a problem. Use of undeclared identifier EP. What did I screw up? EP scene manager entity ID in hierarchy.h. Oh, I don't have. Yeah. I moved the entity ID set into this file, and I didn't bring in the enterprise header that exposes it. So the header is enterprise/scene manager. Gives us access to the scene manager stuff. And now that I'm thinking about it, I probably can get rid of the header where it was inside of the scene editor header. Because we no longer use scene manager in here. Okay, F7 again. Okay, more problems. What do we got? No member named selected entities in namespace. Editor, scene editor. What's this? Inspector.cpp, editor. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, the inspector does need to see which entities we have selected, if any. I was using a scope to make it a little simpler to see. Because selected entities used to be part of the scene editor scope. So I could... Yeah, I use selected entities quite a lot in the inspector, so I'm going to do the scope here as well. So we're scoping to editor, I think it's editor views hierarchy, isn't it? Yeah. The inspector, though, is itself a view, so I could probably just do hierarchy, if I'm thinking correctly. Except for that's... Oh, except for I'm not including it yet. So, do we need Scene Manager? The Scene Manager was brought in here, presumably for the purpose of exposing... No, not Scene Manager, Scene Editor is what I was thinking of here. So Scene Editor was brought in, presumably for the sake of being able to see the selected entities. That's now in a different header. It'll be views / hierarchy. That seems to be spelled wrong. Oh no, I do have to do the whole thing. So EP views really? Oh, editor views, right. Hierarchy. Selected entities. Cool. And while I'm here, I might as well expose the selected files, because we're going to be using that in a minute. Yeah, F7. 2 problems, 1 problem. No member name content in editor views. Oh, because I forgot to I forgot to do the content view. Content. Silly me. Okay, that worked. F5 time. Okay, so we'll go into a basic scene. There it is. We can see the sprites on the upper right, and I'll go back to the content folder where we got lots of stuff. Or actually, I'll go to textures where we have some more. I can click and shift click selections and things. When I go to click inside of the hierarchy, it's now deselecting everything inside of the content browser. And when I go to do a selection inside of here, it will deselect up there as well. So yeah, that seems to be perfect. And now we have access to both selected entities and selected files inside of the inspector. So the inspector can determine which of these sets has elements in it. Only one can have elements at one time, so we'll do an assertion to ensure that. But yeah, we can determine which set to be using, and then if it's a file set, we will be able to expose an inspector for that file type. And that's where we're going to start. That's where we're going to put our foothold for doing things like setting the properties of a texture file inside of the inspector. We already have an API for extending the inspector for these selected entities. We can do something similar for systems that want to implement support for specific file types. Textures is just going to be one where the system that implements it is the graphics system itself. Sweet. Hey, Olin, welcome in. I don't think I saw your chat pop up on my screen, or maybe I was just too rambly to notice it. Let me exit and relaunch my Twitch. Yes, the joy of modifying using include, yeah. I try not to use the using keyword too often, but there's some cases where it's just too useful. In here, I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff with selected entities and selected files, but they're scoped to different window views. So, and this is another reason why that big refactor I did forever ago is like a month or two ago, where I took and made everything namespaces instead of classes. where that comes in handy, because now that I can do this, I don't have to I don't have to justify every single name that I use from one system into another. I can just do the using thing. But cool. All right. Let me think about how I want to go about this. Before I move on, I think I actually do want to do a shift anchor thing like I have in the hierarchy. The hierarchy has that faint little box I have around the shift select anchor, so that you know that when you hold down shift and select, it's going to extend from, in this case, sprite 7, because it's got the little box around it. And you can tell what the range selection will do next. I'm going to do the same thing for the file icons down here. It's just a little nice to have, but it's easy enough to do. We're going to go to content. So where we were doing all that work from earlier today. So right here where we did add image, right after that I can do another one. ImGui, actually I'll just duplicate that call. Wait, yeah, I'll duplicate the call, and then I change the add image to be add rectangle. And I've actually got another example of that code from the hierarchy that I can copy. Let's do that. Here it is. Add rect. Okay, and we just do the min, max, and then we provide the border color. Perfect. I'm getting to be a little bit faster with Dear ImGui, and I'm pretty happy to report that. Okay, and this is already cleanly formatted according to Clang format. Perfect. So now we're adding a little border rectangle around the icon as well. So if I do F5, which will build and debug. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm doing that for every single icon instead of just the anchor. Okay, let me think about that. I'll take and cut that code, and I will place it. I guess I have to do an if statement on this to determine whether it's an anchor or whether it's the anchor. So we'll do if files it here, which is the iterator through the files that we loaded up with the file system. If it equals, oh, this is simple. If it equals file, or I forgot the name of the variable again, shift select anchors dot back, because these are both iterators into the list of files. If they are equal, then we will do the box. Cool. Adjust this up with some comments. Icons, box around shift select anchor, and then context menu. Make this a little bit easier to read going forward. Then we have the icon interaction, and then we have the name and stuff. Cool. All right, F7. Take another bite of my rice pudding. F5. All right, what's the problem? Back called on empty list. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. So when we do the dot back, I actually have to also check that it has elements. Okay, so if, I'll do a short circuit if statement. If shift select anchors dot size and files it equals the back. So that way, if there's no size, then, or zero size, then the back will not be called. All right, not crashing at least. That's good. I click on an icon, and we got the little box around it. It's a little thing, and it doesn't particularly look nice right now because the selectable range is the selectable range is a little suspect actually. No, I'm gonna fix it later. This is a thing that I'll worry about off stream. I really want the selectable range to be including the buffer around the rim, but the icons themselves are the correct size as we verified in Paint.net. So we'll leave it. But yeah, we got this working now. So all right, we're gonna need to add an API for extending the inspector for files now. So this is going to be a little tricky, thinking about the best way to do this. We know that this needs to be executed from game code. So if you're making a game and you want to have a system that adds a custom file type, and you want to make an inspector for it, then you'll need to call like editor : add file inspector or something like that. And right now that's all going on in editor.h. So let's look at that. Editor.h is really small right now. The idea is that these are the functions that you call when you want to interact with the editor. We have register component inspector, and this is where we register the section of the inspector for a specific component type. So pulling back up a basic scene, when we select one of these sprites, these sprite entities, we have the sprite component attached, and the sprite or the entity system recognizes that this entity has the sprite component, and the inspector says, "Hey, I've got a inspector for sprite components," and it makes this visible, invoking the call that is passed into register component inspector. So we'll need to do something similar, but for file extensions. So let me think about that. Yeah, let's do a call right here. EP API void register file inspector. Easy enough. We'll take an std string reference like we did above, and that's going to be the file extension. Maybe I should just say extension. No, file extension. A little more clear. And then we'll have to do an inspector GUI callback. Inspector GUI callback can be reused here, actually. Let me look at the... Yeah, so... Oh, that's not good. That's not useful. Inspector GUI callback was the type that we associate with the callbacks for registering entity inspectors, or component inspectors. And it receives a set of entities so that we know which entities we are displaying the inspector for. In the case of the file, we need something very similar, but it's not going to be a set of entity IDs, it's going to be a set of paths. So yeah, so we'll do std set by reference of fspath maybe, but everything we do on the enterprise side is going to be string based, so yeah, it'd be a set of std string, I guess, and then these would be paths for the files that are selected. Inspector GUI callback is no longer sufficient as a name because they're both inspector GUI callbacks. I guess this one we could call file inspector GUI callback, and then this could be entity inspector GUI callback. That seems a little bit wordy, but Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, let's stick with that for the moment. File inspector GUI callback. Right? That's what I said? Seem to be getting a complaint. Okay, it was just IntelliSense taking a while to understand what I said. So file inspector GUI callback will be specifically for files. I don't like having super long names for types, but I guess I kind of need to be descriptive here. File inspector GUI callback and what? Entity inspector GUI callback? What does that look like? Entity inspector GUI callback? Actually, it's not entity, it's component, isn't it? Component inspector GUI callback. That's so long. How many characters is that? That's... Where's my selection? Okay, there we go. When I'm zoomed in too far, it doesn't show me how many got selected. 29 characters. That's lovely. In C#/Java, there's private, protected, internal, public accessors. Are you using such a thing, or are you making everything public? This is a public-facing API. This is something that needs to be available to any game code that you write. But yeah, we use accessors extensively. Accessors are such a useful feature. But yeah, C++ has those too. The only difference is that we don't have internal. What we do is we have private, protected, and public. Internal in C# has to do with how linkage works. So C# you use internal when you want something to be kind of public, but only available within that one assembly. C# doesn't, or C++ doesn't really have that concept. So it's just public, private, and protected. And then this will be visible to you only when you include this header. It will still try to link, to be clear. It'll still try to link to these symbols if you don't include the header, because like this is in the global namespace now. But I need it to be available in every translation unit that might want it. If that answers your question. All right, let me give a quick description in here. I think I'm going to... I'm just going to call this inspector GUI callback and leave it as it was, and then I'll do file inspector GUI callback, because inspector GUI callback is going to be a lot more common. It's going to be more common for you to make your own component types than it is for you to make your own file formats. So I'll leave this as it is. Let me keep it shorter. A pointer to a custom inspector GUI callback, custom file inspector GUI callback, and I'll add the word component here. So every include must have different named methods, or would it be an ambiguous call? So yeah, when it comes to the C++ linker, or the C/C++ linker, you can't have ambiguity. It has to know exactly what to link to. So there's a couple of techniques where you can, like particularly with templated types, where you can avoid name collisions. But yes, that is correct, that when I develop my API, I have to make sure that each API call does not conflict with the others. And that's not as hard as you would think. First of all, we have namespaces, so I'm guaranteed that anything that's inside of my editor namespace will not conflict with anything else that has a similar name. So you have to do editor : file inspector GUI callback, or you have to say like using namespace editor, and then you can see this. So collisions are not super hard to avoid, but yes, that collisions between CPP files is totally a thing. You have to make sure that that you only have one definition for each thing. It's called the one definition rule. But yeah, that's actually not really a problem. In some ways it's a feature, because it allows you to do things like forward declarations, and gain access to symbols in other translation units. But for the most part, you'll want to be sure that all of your classes and all of your functions are uniquely named, or that they're in a namespace that is unlikely to collide with other namespaces. Okay, a pointer to a custom component inspector. Yeah, you're welcome. A pointer to a custom component inspector GUI callback and a custom file inspector GUI callback. And I'll quickly reword some of this. We'll say file inspector callbacks receive the set of file paths currently selected in the editor. Then compose a custom inspector. Then compose a custom inspector section using DRM GUI. That wording is interesting. It was on purpose for the other, but it's making me think hard about how I want to handle this. So taking a look back at the editor, the idea is that when I select a file in the content browser, it will take over the inspector. So when it comes to the design of it, there's a couple of ways I could do this. I could have just a single unified experience for the file. So that is, you select the file, and then everything you see in the inspector from what you selected is defined by the system that manages that file type or added support for it. We could also do it a little bit more like the way we do component inspectors, where a component inspector, each component is given a section of the inspector, and it can be it's modular. It can show inspector details for all of the components that are attached to the entity. I'm trying to think of whether that would be valuable. Let's take a look at an example inside of Unity. So here's the inspector for what is this? It's just a texture 2D. I'll put the inspector on the far side and make it a little bit bigger so you can see a little bit better what's going on. All of these details, I mean, so I guess I should say that this is not extensible, I don't think. You can do you can add custom import steps, but I don't think you can extend the inspector itself, now that I'm thinking about it. So let me Google this question, because if Unity does offer the ability to extend the inspector for an asset, that would give us a serious case study for good ideas on how to do it ourselves. So Unity, I know that they have Unity asset post-processing. You can add an asset post-processor, which is basically like a class that gives you behaviors. Or is it a class? I think it's a class, yeah. Where basically you can take and receive an asset before it's imported into your game, and you can do custom stuff with it, which is really handy. And it's a thing that I want to be able to do. But what I'm wondering is whether or not you have the ability to change the inspector. Nothing showing up on the side there. Unity asset post-process custom inspector. Okay, this is interesting. Custom post-process inspector builder. What is this? It's a paid asset. Editor GUI dot. Okay, so there's something, but they have this is like a function that wraps it. Editor utilities, draw override checkbox. Yeah. Override checkbox. Using new editor GUI layout horizontal scope. That's just GUI stuff. All right, let's look for something else. Create a custom inspector. Okay, while Unity generates the default inspector for your model behaviors and scriptable objects, there's good reason to write a custom inspector. This is for model behaviors and scriptable objects, though. We have something for assets. Huh. That's not immediately clear. I want to take a look at the screenshots for this again. This is for post-processor effects specifically. Okay, yeah, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I'm kind of interpreting this to mean that the post-processing effect does not give you an inspector. Is there a GUI call hiding in here somewhere? On preprocessed texture, on preprocessed audio, texture, animation, 3D. Public methods. Yeah, so you can make a class of this type or with this interface, and then you can say on preprocess whatever, and it'll receive the data, and you can preprocess it there. So yeah, this is not a Unity thing. This is I guess that makes this an original idea. Because there's no such thing in Unreal, not unless you actually modify the source code and you modify what goes inside of the panel. Because I don't think you can add custom types to Unreal. Adding new asset types to UE4. The process will be very similar to UE5. Man, I'm already going 4.5. I'm doing really good today. 4.5 hours in, and I'm actually still raring to code. Okay, so there's something. You can do text asset factoring new, so you can produce a factory to produce the asset type. Should show a new menu is a boolean that'll tell you whether it should show in the menu. Okay, and let's take a look at what it has to say about the details panel. All asset types must be UObjects, which provides useful features like serialization for storing reflection, for inspecting the asset in the details panel, or using with blueprints. Okay. So it kind of looks like they use reflection, and so you can add custom types in Unreal, but basically it'll the inspector will give you serialized fields instead of an actual full-on editor. There's a module that they recommend, though, using to add a text asset editor. Okay, we're learning. Okay, so this is a module. This is apparently how you do modules in Unreal, I guess. You do this, and then it can get imported into the engine while it's running. Widgets, that looks promising. S-text asset editor. Public S-compound widget, so we can make a new widget type. Okay, so this defines the widget. So presumably, you can then use this to add a custom widget. Okay, so there's a mention here that in a future blog post from this guy's blog, GM Prusner, that he wants to cover this in a future tutorial. This was in 2018, so maybe he's got a future. Okay, here we go. Adding new asset types to UE4. This is the article you probably just read, even though it says it was 2017. Okay, it was updated 2018, so this is the article we just read. The next article was about ArcViz projects. Okay, so he never came back to this topic. Well, I guess, though, that this acknowledgement at the bottom and the fact that we saw custom widgets tells us that there is a way for you to do custom editors inside of UE5 for, well, in that case it was UE4, but UE5 is probably the same, for custom editors. So let's do a pro cons list. The design work is going to be the hardest part about this. Modular extensible inspector. Pros. I'll do a simple pros cons list. And I'll do a numbered list as well, so we can count them easily. So pros is that you can stack behaviors on asset types. Cons. I thought I had a con ready to go, but I guess I don't. So we can stack behaviors on asset types. This means that if you have one system that manages an asset type, you can extend it by adding an additional import behavior or something along those lines, and add an inspector field to manage that. I do already plan to have extensibility in terms of like a post process, or I suppose it would be called asset post processing. Basically, you can take an asset and provide an algorithm to make your own tweaks to it before it's imported into your game. There's a whole bunch of game-specific automations that could save you a whole lot of time and let you do really cool things if you just have the ability to get in there in between the creation of the asset and whatever. However, that doesn't directly relate to the inspector, surprisingly. The inspector probably could be used to... Let me think about this. The inspector could be used to set... Well, its job is to set metadata. So if we use the inspector to set additional metadata, that would mean add additional data to files. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because the whole point of working inside of the inspector on an asset is to be able to edit the asset file itself. So in the case of the textures, we have these EP text files, which is YAML. And probably most of the asset types that we will be doing for the vanilla game engine, all the stuff that I'll be doing, will probably be using YAML for its types. However, for us to make a tweak to one of these files using the inspector, I would have to allow for additional systems to add additional nodes here. So we have like, I mean, we could do that. We could do like extensions and then have like new system behavior or something like that. And then like have like a block in YAML, like this whole thing, this whole section could be a place where you're allowed to insert data in as YAML. But that would mean prescribing a format for all asset types, and that may not be appropriate. Huh. That's tricky. So pro con list, I think that's not a good way to think about this. I'm just gonna jot down relevant facts, and we'll filter through the other. The first is that inspector is for editing the asset file. The asset file's base implementation is from systems. For example, renderers can add support for 3D model files. We want the asset data to be, I'll put this on an earlier up a level. You want the asset data to be flexible or to be fluid. That's a good word. Formatted in any way the developer wants. There's certain best practices that you would want to have for files that go into source control. The big one being it should be a text-based file and human readable, so that way it's easy to resolve merge conflicts. But ultimately, the format of the file should be up to the person making the system, because they alone know and understand their needs. You can make an argument that when you're doing a source-controlled file type, that you can you could argue that the source-controlled file type should adhere to certain formats, and that anything that you can do with one text file format can be done with another. But I'm not even sure if I want to enforce text file formats. It would make sense to have some rare niche files which contain pre-processed binary data, for example. Maybe there's just too much data to put into the asset file to justify formatting it in a text format. Then it should be a binary blob. This fluid nature makes it hard to extend. Because any file format, actually, it's not just hard, it's impossible. So ultimately, we must have one system be the single source of truth on the file format. Inserting into the pipeline is something. Let's talk about that. Content pipeline access points. Post-processing. I should say, yeah, post-processing an asset is something that each system will expose. So for example, if you wanted to do, let me think about this. If you wanted to do clever post-processing on a texture, then the graphics system, which manages the texture file format, will have to expose an API that's along the lines of add texture post-process or something like that. And it'll give a callback with which you can receive the buffer data, the image buffer data, before it gets sent off to the graphics card, and you can then do custom things with it. A good example of this would be to pull an distortion. I'll pull up the distortion devlog I'm thinking of. This guy. This is a really cool thing.
Considering that,
I'm not gonna play too much of this, but basically there's this idea that this guy, I forget his name. He's really cool. He's doing a pixel art game that's in Unity, and he has this idea that he does where he separates the animation of the pixel art character from the colors of the from the colors of the costume and stuff like that by doing a kind of a texture atlas situation. And I'll pull that up real quick. Instead of doing so like in the pixel art, he animates using a map, and he's got a picture of it somewhere. I'll find it. He's got this map that corresponds a unique color to a unique point on the character's body, and he animates using this layer in the animation. And then what he does is in Unity he takes and he post-processes that into crazy way to do a sprite. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm gonna post this link in the chat for you, Yolan, because I think it's like it's one of those. It's definitely a situation where he's thinking too hard, but he does something really cool with it, and it's really flexible. Basically, he's done a post process on this colorful version of the animation. And then he can take and change the colors on the asset dynamically, and that requires him being able to interject in there. For us, we would be talking about the graphics system exposing that input. I probably wouldn't do it as a class. I'd probably just do it as a function callback. I'm all about functional programming, it turns out. But yeah, it would basically you would get the buffer, and then you can do the post process on it and do cool things like that. Yeah, I found it cool, but is it not overkill? I don't know if it is overkill. It depends on the scalability of your project, I suppose. Because if one of the features that you wanted was like to have like your character's outfit change a lot, then it could save you a lot of time if you're doing a lot of outfits to be able to just take and recolor the texture map, and then just have that serve as your new outfit. And that's not unlike what they do in 3D games, actually, because 3D games already do the texture mapping thing, because they map to the vertices to the UV points on the texture. And a lot of times you'll find that literally they'll change the color just by changing the texture map that they use, and then they'll call it a new enemy, like the blue ones are easy and the red ones are hard, or something like that. So I don't know. It depends on your situation. I think in his case it might have been overkill because, to my knowledge, it's like a puzzle game and there's not a whole lot of characters and maybe not a whole lot of outfits. But it's still a very cool, portfolio item, even if he's not using it a lot. In my case, though, I don't care about actually doing that post-processing stuff myself. I just want there to be a code hook through which you can do something like that. The asset content pipeline should be extensible. So this is something that each system has to expose. That is, we can't do it for each system. So if there's a newfangled asset type, like some new 3D animation program comes out and becomes all the rage, and somebody wants to import those asset types and use them in the renderer, they would make a renderer that can handle that data and implement. Let me think about this. They would implement implement handling for that file type. So we have an API for this technically already. When we double-click the scene file that we're opening, what's happening inside the engine is that we're looking to see whether we have an editor registered, and if we do, we pass the path to it, and it opens up that editor. We could register an editor with with Enterprise for the sake of handling a specific file type, and then the renderer could make use of that data. And I've just identified maybe a problem with that thinking. I'll finish this thought real quick, and then I'll move on to that problem. Post-processing an asset is something that each system will expose. We can't prescribe a format for the file, or for the asset file. The thought that I just had is that, what if it's a pre-existing system and you want to integrate into it? So integration. Integrating new types into existing systems. So let's say we have a cool 3D renderer that we like to use, and the only thing that we want to add is support for a new file type. We could, the system itself could add an API to make itself extensible. But I'm starting to get wary of the idea of having the systems take care of every little thing. Because after all, we want it to be simple to write a system. If you make a renderer... Let me think about this. For us to be able to provide a generic way to hook into the import step of a system, that would imply that we control the form of the data that goes in the first place. And I don't think we can do that. I think that's possible. If we want to make a renderer handle an additional file type, I guess that would either require modifications to the renderer, or the renderer would need to support pre-processing, not post-processing, but pre-processing the data that goes into it, and then you could pre-process a file into a form that it can take. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have to punt the ball back to the systems on this one. Integrating new types into existing systems will also require support from the systems, because we can't apply a generic input for every type of file. We don't know what the data will be going in, so we can't prescribe and force all of the enterprise systems to align to that spec. Okay, I guess in a lot of ways these two points simplify how this should all fit together. Yeah, it does, because these two things being true means that we can't have an extensible inspector. That is a system. The system that manages that file type has to be the only system that does, because only it would know how to format the data that goes into the asset file for sure. But in addition to that, any extensibility that the system has, the system defines for itself. So if the inspector is going to be extensible, that's something that the system itself can add support for. So in my vanilla renderer 3D, whenever I get around to that, I could add code hooks inside of that system, so that way if you wanted to add support for additional file types, you just use the renderer 3D API and say, hey, here's the additional metadata that I want to store inside of the asset. Here's the IAM GUI code that will add an inspector section, and here's my processing function that will take the new file type and convert it into the format that you expect, and then it would just read the file and then pass out a buffer, and that buffer is in a format that's compatible with renderer 3D. Okay, so this is starting to click a little bit. So I guess we can't have. I can close out of this. We don't need these notes anymore. We can't have a modular file inspector. It has to be defined all at once, or defined by a system that can offer extensibility. So to take a look back at the example of Unity, all of this stuff is defined by the Unity engine itself. This editor has not been created by a third-party system, and it can't be supplanted by a third-party system. In order to be able to change what goes into the texture's metadata file, so I'll go to Show and Explorer and demonstrate this. In order to change what goes into here, you have to actually change Unity. So yeah, okay, I think we're off to the right track. So let's head back to the API, and we will start implementing what we've learned. And there we go. Close out of that. All right, so register file inspector. We just need a callback. The callback will take. Hang on a second. The callback will take the list of files. Where's the callback type up here? Yeah. Let me move this down to the section above the API call here. So this function will take a set of paths representing all of the files that we're going to be inspecting. And then it will draw the GUI needed for modifying any of those selected files. So this will be in the form of the inspector that we have up here. It'll look a little bit different, but what I mean is that when you have multiply selected items, we'll be able to multiply to edit multiple items at the same time. And we should have something similar in Unity too. When I select both of these HDR files, the items that are in common, we can set for both of the assets at the same time. Okay, that's making a lot of sense. So register file inspector, I will do documentation for it real quick. Register a custom inspector for a file type, or for an asset file type. And then we will do file extension is the yeah, so the extension the file extension this inspector will be used for. And then callback is going to be the address of a custom GUI callback function. That's the same. Okay, and then on this one we made the note that the callback will only be invoked if one of the selected entities has the register component type. I guess we can keep that rule. That makes sense. Will be invoked if only will be invoked if one of the. Let me read that back. Callback will only be invoked if one of the selected files has the Actually, this doesn't really. This note doesn't really apply. In this case, we were receiving a set of entities, and it's just not just the set of entities of that component type, but every selected entity at the same time. So you can change your behavior if you have additional components or corresponding components besides the one you have registered the inspector for. In this case, this is not a mixed view, so we will only see the inspector. Let me think about that. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Callback will only be invoked if all of the files selected all of the files selected have the selected extension. Okay, that makes sense. So if you select multiple kinds of files, a folder and a file, for example, I'm willing to bet that this is how it works here. Yeah, it doesn't do more than one. Like these are different asset types. They don't have much in common. So it says narrow the selection, and I can pick the type that I want to work with. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I think we're all set there. There's one last thing that's nagging me a little bit, and that's the fact that I don't know. When I take a look at the file inspector, the file inspector is going to be hitting the file system. And that's different from what we did for the component inspector. When it comes to the components are already in RAM. They're already in memory, and they are there by merit of the fact that they are loaded into the scene. So it's not really a problem for us to just pull every single frame, to just pull the values of those components. It is a problem here. We don't want to be hitting the file system unless the selected files have changed. So we could do a comparison every time. We would take this set and we would just compare it to a cached copy of it inside the function. However, that's clunky, and it involves a whole bunch of string comparisons, potentially, depending on how many files you've selected. A bunch of string comparisons that probably we can avoid. In addition to providing the paths, I think I'm going to provide a bool as well. And we'll say selection changed. So when you go to, so when the file inspector GUI callback is invoked, it will provide us the set of paths every time, every frame. But we will know to not hit the file system to read what's in those files if selection changed is false. I think that makes sense. To make this a little bit nicer to look at, I think it kind of makes ergonomic sense to have the paths be first and then selection change be second, because it's kind of like metadata to the paths. So I'll say selection changed. And I'll rename paths to be selected files as well. Strictly speaking, these are not actual parameter names, because when you go to make your file inspector GUI callback, you're going to give them the name, whatever names you pick for your function. But when you're not sure what this is, you mouse over it. It'll tell you in the tooltip what it's expecting. It's expecting a std string set constant reference that's going to have your selected files in it. Then we have a bool that's going to be whether the selection has changed. So that makes sense. Let me reread the documentation. File inspector callbacks receive the set of file paths currently selected in the editor. And compose. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The Boolean is self-documenting. It's clear to read. Okay, I think I like it. Let's implement it. So we're going to go to editor.cpp, and we will copy, not the whole thing, just the declaration. And underneath where we have register component inspector, we will have register file inspector. And this is going to be relatively simple. Just like we did with this one, we're basically just emplacing a callback. In this case, the registered component inspectors are declared inside of the internal header. We'll have to do a similar thing here. The reason why we're doing this in the EP internal header is because we want this to be private, not visible to the game layer, but visible to the editor layer. And so we will do an association. So std pair, an association between strings and file inspector GUI callbacks. The string being the extension and the callback being the callback. And this is going to be registered file component inspectors. A little wordy, but it's what we need. And then back inside of the CPP file, we can put the definition in the file right here. A little too long to fit on one line, but I think I'm okay with that. Okay, and then inside of the register call, we simply do dot in place back. Because we're constructing a pair in place, and we're going to pass in the file extension, and then the callback. And that's that. So now we have these have a way to register the file inspector. But there is a key difference between the registered file component inspectors and the registered component inspectors, and that is that we can only have one of these at a time. Registered component inspectors, can we have more than one of those at a time? Let me think about that. You know what? I don't think we can or should have multiple inspectors for the same. Oh, that's a good point. This data structure is not useful. it's useful, but it doesn't do everything I need it to do. I need to ensure that there's only one inspector for each component type and one for each file type. So instead of doing vectors where we push back a pair, string, and whatever, I'm going to change these to maps, and the map will be associating the string with the one thing at a time. So first, I'm going to start by making the file inspector GUI callback and map, and I'll just make sure that this all compiles, and then I'll take a look at changing this to a map for the sake of making sure that I'm not biting off more than I can chew. So this needs to be a map associating the string, which is the extension, with the callback itself. And we'll do the same inside of the definition here. Good. And then inside of here, we will do the insertion key will be the file extension, and we'll assign the callback to it. Man, I'm at 5 hours. I'm still going. However, we do need to protect against having a duplicate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if registered file component inspectors dot count file extension. If we have a inspector already, then I'm going to say EP error editor register file inspector. Wait, why am I saying file component inspectors? This should just be file inspectors. Let me fix that. I just inserted the word file and didn't think beyond that. There we go. Attempted to register a second file inspector. And then I'll say extension. And then pass in the file extension in the error message. Okay, good. So there's an error, and then we will return and not in place it. Otherwise, we will insert. Okay. Good. Let's make sure that compiles. And if it does, then I'm going to fix the situation with the structure for registered component inspectors before I move on. And that's going to require a little bit of a refactor, so I should close this. I'm really excited for the ability to start inspecting files and editing them directly from the editor. That's going to be a huge stepping stone. Finished. F5 time. Alright, seems to be still be working and functional, and nothing broke, which, you know, we didn't really change much, so that's alright. That's just a gut check, really. So that's compiling. Let's do a fix then for this type here. This is currently a vector of pairs. Let's just make the whole thing a map, associating strings with inspector GUI callbacks. And then we will change the definition as well. Oops. Map. Yep. Okay. And that's all well and good, but now I need to do the error checking that I did here. Except for we're doing the check on registered file inspectors, and we are passing in the hash name, or sorry, the string for the component name. And I'm actually a-okay with doing string comparisons here because this is just a setup call. It's something that you do when you load your project, not at runtime when you're playing your game, and not every frame in the editor. Replace that name with register component inspector, attempted to register a second component inspector, like that. And then component name, and then pass in component name. Okay. And then in here we will say we'll use the square braces and an assignment operator to put that into the map. Okay, that's looking good. Now it looks fine in here in the CPP file we'll compile, but there's plenty of references to registered component inspectors that we'll have just broken. So let's search for them. Okay, so there's inspector.cpp. Let's take a look. This is the draw call of the inspector, and we are iterating through all of the callbacks. Interestingly, this didn't break anything because the component name is the key, and so when we do structured bindings to get the key and the value pair out, it's actually in the same order as we were getting the callback and the name in the first place. So this is fine. Using the range-based for loop and structured bindings. Is that really the only place we directly access it, is in the inspector? I guess it is. So yeah, we didn't break anything. Let's F7 this puppy and make sure that it works. I was sure that it was going to break a whole bunch of things. And that compiled, and we go to run it, and no errors and no warnings, and okay, that's totally fine. And scenes will still open in the correct place, and we can still select and see the sprites in multiple locations and do joint edits and things like that. Perfect. Okay, that was easy. So now we've got access to an API to register. We got access to an API to register inspector GUI callbacks. So now we got to take a look at textures.cpp and actually use it. Actually, before we do that, there's two things we have to do to make this work. I held up 4 fingers, but two things we have to do to make this work. They're going to be one, to get the inspector to display or to invoke the callbacks for a specific file extension when the files are selected. And then the second thing is to actually get a system like the texture system to register one of those callbacks. I will start with the textures registration. This file is getting pretty long, 1500 lines. I think I should probably split off the font stuff into a different file, and that'll make this way easier to scroll through. But I'll do that later. When we go to do the initialization, init textures, here. This is the init call for textures. This is where we would register the editor stuff. Editor : yada yada. We don't have the editor header in here yet, so let's do that. Include enterprise / editor / editor.h. And we will also need the EP IMGUI. This will give us access to the mixed field macros that we have been using for like mixed drag scalars. I said macros, but they're actually just helper functions. And then we can use that for setting mixed fields at the same time for a lot of the stuff. Okay. Let's head back to init textures. Here we go. So what are we doing here? We set STBI to flip vertically on load. That's needed so that when we import images, they are right side up in OpenGL. We get the max texture slots. We set up we do the allocations for the dynamically allocated arrays, which is based on max texture slots, which we pulled from up here. So that we do all the texture slot sorting stuff. And here we got to do the inspector. So let me start commenting these things. Okay. And we will do editor : register file inspector. Okay. And we need to register the file types that we support. So I guess we need to enumerate the file types that we support, but for right now we'll just do .png. Excuse me. And then we'll need a callback. So let's give it on texture inspector GUI. And that'll be the name of the function that we invoke. And the cool part about this is that it's actually really simple to add more extensions. We just do the call multiple times for each extension, .pnp and .tng and whatever. But for now, we're just going to narrow the scope to PNG. So I'll need to do an onInspector GUI. And there's a lot of room for me to do that. I think I'll do it above low texture, wherever that is. Because it has to do with editing the file that would be used for in the API down below. So onInspector GUI, use return void. I'll make it a static function so it's not exposed to the linker. Oh, by the way, Yolan, I don't know if you're still here, but you were asking about internal and protected and all the accessor keywords in C++. The static keyword in C++ in this context is a little bit like internal in C#. Internal in C# makes it so that it's available to everything else inside of the same assembly, but not in external assemblies. Making something static in C++ makes it exclusive to this translation unit. So if I do onInspector GUI as a static global function, I can do another onTexture inspector GUI with the same exact name in another translation unit, and it won't collide. It'll be unique. Yeah, onInspector GUI. I need to know what the so let's take a look at the callback type again. I forgot what it took already. It takes an std set. I'll just copy that. And any developer who's making their own inspector GUI, they would literally do the same thing. They just go to the header and copy and paste, basically. So up here we will paste the parameters that it accepts, and this is now a valid function. So the red squiggles went away wherever they were. They're not showing up anymore. And now we can do the IMGUI code that would make this work. So I'm going to start with just saying IMGUI text. And just as a proof of concept, I'm going to say text is I am an image inspector. license and registration for these. And once we have the registration, once we have the inspector GUI callback system in place, this code will print this text in the inspector when we select a PNG file. I'm going to confirm that this compiles real quick. I don't see why I wouldn't, but it's worth double checking. Yeah, compiles and runs just fine. So now let's move to the main components for making the API work. And that is to get the inspector to actually display this stuff. So we will go to inspector.cpp. And in the inspector, here we go. Draw call, this is where we do the drawing. This is where we've been doing the logic before. If the selected entities is not empty, then we do the transform, because every single entity has a transform component, and do the mix fields for that. And then we do the callbacks for all the other component types. So this first call, this first if statement needs to change a little bit. So for starters, I'm going to do an EP assert slow. And this is going to assert that the selected entities and the selected entities and the selected files sets never both have selections. Like they should be mutually exclusive, and we can insert here to make sure that always is. And I'm using slow so that way when I get to the point where the editor is too slow to run in debug, I can switch to dev and it won't be doing this check on me. So we'll assert that selected entities dot empty. And let me think about this. How would I best do this? So it's okay for them to both be empty. It's okay for one of them to not be empty, but it's not okay for them to both not be empty. So I would say selected entities dot empty is false, and or to make it a little clearer to read, I'll say selected entities dot count. Wait. Except for that's a set, so that doesn't really apply. Size maybe? I need to quickly double check that size is the number of elements and not the capacity. Returns the number of elements, perfect. So assert that selected entities dot size and selected files dot size, both of those cannot be true at the same time. So if this evaluates to true, then we've got a problem. Now I'll make this an EP assert F and put a quick message in there. Okay. Cool. And then what are you complaining about? Oh, I need another parentheses in there. Cool. EP assert F slow. It's not undefined. Did I misspell it? It's right there, EP assert f slow. So what's the... Oh, I don't have assertions in this file yet. That's why. Okay. Somehow I never got around to doing insertions in the inspector. Cool. And that should be loading up fine now. Cool. Perfect. So we're asserting that we've only got one selection in each. And then we can do individual checks, knowing that these are mutually exclusive. So this is the selected entities segment. And then I will do a separate if block below it. If selected files dot empty, oops, empty is not empty, then we will continue. And you know what? I'll make this a little bit more clear and say dot size. I don't know. For me, it's more clear to say it has files rather than to say it doesn't not have files. So I'll do it like this. And this is actually going to be way simpler than the code we have in this block, because this block was concerned with doing its own ImGUI stuff. In here, the entire inspector is the ball game of the system that registered a inspector for it. So let me think about this. Selected files takes fs paths in it. However, we don't actually do, within the inspector, we don't actually do any path. We don't actually use the file system with these paths ourselves. So you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that we should change these to be strings. That's going to require a moderate refactor. So let me ensure. I'm going to do a few things real quick. ImGUI text. Oh, is ImGUI in here? Yeah, it is. ImGUI text, I'll say a file is selected, or files are selected. Okay. Just for the sake of confirming that this logic works. And then we will do the moderate sized refactor that it'll take to fix the other thing. Okay, and this is why we check. What did I break? Textures.cpp.obj is referencing something that doesn't... Like, what's the symbol? Okay, editor register file inspector. Oh. It's not visible in the static library. That's confusing. Oh, okay. So the editor.cpp is actually not included in the static lib version of this. Okay. What do you think about that? I guess that makes some sense, but right. Okay, so my strategy, and I'd forgotten about this, my strategy was that everything that all the code that you would invoke on the editor has to be wrapped in a if-def block. Okay. I wonder if I could fight the bad linker errors here. It's not immediately clear reading this that the problem is that it's not available in the static library version of this. Maybe I could do a thing where it's like, if you make that call, there's a definition for that function that says, hey, this is not a editor build. Or maybe I could just do like an assertion that we are in an editor build. Huh. I'll have to think about that. Let me add a quick note for myself. I'm losing code hygiene. Better errors when using editor functions in static game builds. Because there's going to be plenty of situations where you're working on a game project and then you'll accidentally use something that's inside of an editor header and get a complicated linker error and not sure what mistake you made. So I want to make that a little bit nicer for anybody using this game engine, which I'm assuming will include at least one other person at some point. Okay. Inspector, go. Where was I? I was using the editor. Oh, I was in textures. So in textures, when we do the init, we go to init textures. I need to conditionalize this. So if def ep editor, then it'll be safe. Okay, good. Sweet, save, and then that should build. Okay, and that should run. All right, cool. It's running. Good. Let's go back to where we were. On texture inspector GUI. That's all ready to go. In the inspector view itself, let me actually make sure that it's yeah, files are selected, it says. And if I load up a scene, it'll show that inspector. If I switch over to these, the mutual exclusive assertion's not tripping, so yeah, that's doing better. Cool. So back down here where we said files are selected, we're going to need to do a for loop through each of the inspector calls. There was a refactor that I was anticipating having to do, and I can't quite remember what it was, so we'll just start working, and then when I come across the problem... Oh yes, the problem was that selected files are using file system paths, and their only actual use case is inside of game code, which I don't want to use the FS path for. I just want to use U8 strings, so UTF-8 strings, I should say. So we'll leave that where it is. We will go into the selected files, declaration and definition. We'll change that to be std string, and the same thing here. And they should be first. Actually, this should be first. I forget my own rules sometimes. Okay, set of strings, good. And then this is a set of strings, which is also good. We'll use paths internally, but we'll use strings specifically for when we would pass it to the game layer. Okay. So now we got a slight problem because the path that we are working with, let's see here, is a STD file system path reference. If every single one of these use cases is just working on strings, then that'd be one thing. But it looks like we actually do use the path directly as a file system path. So I'll need to have a conversion done. And yeah, so it looks like we're gonna need to do a conversion here real quick. So I'll do an std string. It'll be path as stir, and it's gonna equal path.u8 string. And now in every place where the use of path was giving me an error for selected files, I can replace path with path as string. Let me do this a little differently. Path matching word length and case, or whole word in case, replace with path as stir, and I'll just go through each of them and do the replacement as necessary. Replace. Right? Yeah. Right. Okay, there's still two errors here. Oh, because the iterator needs to be converted as well. So selected files.insert .u8 string. Cool. There we go. Very good. That should function. Let's hit F7 and confirm. Okay. And multi-selection still seems to be good. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's working fine. And now that we are using strings instead of paths, I can now use them directly inside of the APIs. So if selected strings.size, I guess the gist is that we're going to just iterate through them. However, we don't have to do a whole lot of code before we do the iteration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, instead of doing an if statement, I will just directly do the iteration. And I'll put a note that selected files may be empty. Or I should say, will be empty if an entity is selected. Cool. And then we'll do, instead of doing if it has them, I'll say for every const std string reference in selected files, we will do a thing. So for every single path that we have selected, we will invoke. Oh, we can't invoke, can we? Let me think about this. Oh, this is actually way simpler than I thought. No, it's not. Okay. So what's the problem? I need the extension for all of these files. I need to, let me see here, make notes. I need to get all the extensions, and then I need to confirm they all match, display message if they don't, and eventually, and right now I'm just going to display a message, but in the future I want to have something that's a little bit nicer like this, where you can narrow the selection down to the things that you want. But confirm that they all match, display message if they don't. And then 3, call inspector function if it exists. Display message if one doesn't. Okay. So the annoying thing is that we just converted these from paths to strings. So we can't simply iterate through them all and say dot extension. I'll have to get that myself. However, I do know that the path is canonical, because that's how we did. That's how we in-place them in the first place. So when we do the refresh path cache, we're placing back the canonical one. So I know that I can simply reverse search from the right side and find the dot that represents it. If one exists. So I could probably just do the search myself for the extension type. And the main reason why I want selected files to be a set of strings is because that's what the callback expects. So if we look at file inspector, do we call what was it? Registered component inspectors. Yeah. Registered component inspectors. Oh, do I have to get that from EP? No, I have to get that from editor. Registered component inspectors. Its callback expects an std set, so I can actually just pass in the list that was constructed when we loaded in the first place. Okay, yeah, I'm standing by this decision. So let's get all the extensions. I'm not going to make use of multiple extensions right now, but at least I'm not going to do like a fancy thing that Unity has while we're just getting started. But I will do a set containing all the extensions. And then we can at least display the extensions we have selected. We'll do we're already iterating through all of the files. Oh, you know what? We do... Okay. The more I write the code, the more I understand how it's supposed to work. We do actually need to make an if statement here. If selected files dot size, like this, then we will do all this. We will put extensions in the outer scope of the for loop, and then inside of the, after we've gone through the for loop, we will either do the inspector call function or display message. This makes sense. All right, so get all the extensions. So the extensions will be pushed back with whatever we can find. So we'll do path.rfind, finding from the end. We're going to be looking for the character dot. And we're going to be searching from the end until we find something. And so we do if it is not equal to, I think it's npos if it's not able to rfind. Let me double check. If no matches were found, then it returns npos. Right. Okay, so if it finds a dot, then the extension will be what follows. This is a canonical path. So actually I'm going to need to find rfind first of. It's possible that we will have dots in file names. That's legal. We only care about the first dot in the file name from the end. If we encounter a slash first representing the folder, then we will not consider it an extension, because you might have a dot in a folder name as well. Oh, can you have a, let me think about that. Can you have a dot in a folder name? I guess it doesn't matter, because the selected files will, contain folders, won't they? Okay. I think 5 hours and 45 minutes in, I think I am almost ready to call it a stream. But yeah, I'll just sort of, for now, I'm going to ignore the fact that this can result in bad results. And I will make a quick note here to do confirm check edge cases. And I'll know what that means. It means that situations where the dot is not simply the indicator of an extension. Yeah, so if path.rfind dot is not equal to npos, meaning we found the extension, then we will say extensions dot in place, or dot in place, yeah. And then we will construct a string from this guy. So we just need the position of dot. So what we'll do is we'll do path.data plus path.rfind. So actually path.rfind needs to go before the if statement and needs to be stored in a variable. Pos equals path.rfind, and if pos is not equal to npos, then we will say path.data plus pos, and nothing else. So what this will do is it'll treat this as a null terminated string, which C++ 11 and later std string is guaranteed to be a null terminated string, and it will do it from the starting at the position of the dot. Perfect. Good. And then we can do a comparison as well. I'll just hack it together. Bool is first equals false. I say is first loop. This is a really hacky way to do it, but I just want to get this wrapped up real quick so I can call it a stream. I'll say if is first loop, we will call, or if it's not the first loop, then we will do a comparison, and we'll have a boolean as well that's all matching. Set it to true at first, and we'll say is matching. So if it's not the first loop and all matching, then we'll say all matching equals the comparison between the last extension and the first, and that'll be extensions dot. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, what am I saying? Extension is a set, so all we have to do is confirm that the size is equal to 1. So we'll say if get rid of the first loop thing. If all is matching, then we will set all is matching equal to extensions dot size equals 1. And then in the case of finding no dot, I will insert a dot nothing like that. So that way there's always something being inserted. So even through the first loop, we'll always have something inserted. The dot will be inserted if we don't find what the extension actually is. And then is matching will be true as long as the extension size equals 1. That's fine. Cool. So we've got an all matching, so that's actually step 2. Done. And then here we would do the call inspector function if it exists. So for this, we're going to need to iterate through. No, we're going to need to use the lookup of the extension to find the other. So we'll say if all matching, we will use is registered file inspectors at. Well, we need to confirm that it has actually has an element with this extension. So we'll use dot count, which will be 0 or 1 depending on whether we have the extension, and we'll plug in extensions dot front, no, dot begin. And then when we dereference that iterator, it'll be the only element inside of the extensions will be dereferenced into a string, and then we will check to see whether we have one. So we'll say if that function callback exists, then we will call it. And then when we what we do is we pass in the selected files set, which is already of the right type, and then selection changed. That's tricky. We're gonna need to set. I'll set that as true for now, but we're gonna need to set that to be dependent upon whether or not a call to refresh the no, whether or not a selection was done. We'll have to track that and set that in there. But for now, I'm just going to pass in true because I'm not even using the inspectors quite yet. And I just want to confirm that this function lookup is working. File matching. Selected files true. Okay. And then else, we'll do a message. It'll be I am GUI text. We'll say no inspector was registered for extension, and we will plug in the extension. There's a little bit of an awkward way to. I'm thinking maybe a set is not a good idea here, but I'll revise that after we've got this working. Okay, and then we, if we have selected multiple extension types, we'll say I am GUI text multiple extensions selected. Extensions, and I think I can do this. We'll see. I think I can actually just pass in extensions, because I have the pretty print library included, so containers like this would technically be printable through an OStream operator, and I think that means that the SPD log will print it fine. But if it doesn't, it's okay. We'll live. Cool. So now we have a thing where a rudimentary solution where we should be getting all the extensions of the selected files. If they all match, then we call the registered inspector. If they don't, we say that multiple extensions were selected, and if they all match but we don't have an inspector for it, it should print that. Well, let's try it. F5 time. Okay, got some problems. What are those? Cannot pass object of non-trivial type. Okay, so this didn't quite work. This is a non-trivial type, I guess. Even though I'm dereferencing an iterator. And this one I can just clear, but I just put the extensions not begin in parentheses because that's technically a string. Okay. std string extension equals this. Wait, hang on a minute. Was that? Okay, no, that's still a problem. Extensions dot begin. Dereference it, gives you a string, and we pass that into here. F7. Still not okay. whatever. I don't care about actually displaying the extension right now, and I'm going to be changing away from doing a set for this anyway. But just for the sake of testing. Okay, that compiled. Let's run it. Okay. All right. Oh, you know what? I still have the braces in there, but that's okay. So when I go to select a file, like a scene file, it says no inspector was registered for this extension. Good. I switch to selecting entities, and it changes to the entity inspector. Here it says we don't have an inspector registered for the file extension type. If I select multiples, it says multiple extensions selected. If I select multiple of the same kind, including folders, it just says that there's no extension registered for it. That's what we expected. And now here's the moment of truth time. I am an image inspector, license and registration, please. That's because I clicked on the PNG extension. And nice. So this is a custom inspector, technically speaking, even though it only has some text in it. Textures registered it using the API that we just developed. So in the init textures call here, it was as simple as calling editor register file inspector. Call this function whenever you have an inspector visible for a PNG file. Now that I'm looking at that, I realize that should probably be an EP text file, because that's the whole point of this, is to edit an EP text file, not a PNG file. And then we can go to that function and add IAMGUI code to make it a custom inspector. And so, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the basics of getting inspectors going. So now it's just a matter of cleaning up the code, making it a little bit nicer. In particular, I should probably not use the std set for the extensions comparison thing that I had going on. But yeah, we officially have an inspector that works with the content browser. And so the thing that took the most time out of this was actually just getting multi-selection to work inside of the content browser, which, yeah, by the way, we have that working too. I think it even works across multi-lines. Yeah, shift selecting will span across multiple lines too. Awesome. Okay, it is now very nearly 6 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a stream. I'll continue to do work on this tonight and clean up what we did, and then I think depending on how I'm feeling tomorrow, I might come back to this tomorrow too. Thanks for popping in. I'll see you later.